The fearsome dragon solemnly declared his greatness, for before him stood the hero Eugene himself. He enthusiastically told how the Dark Lord Venmazar destroyed his opponents with incredible ease. Without a doubt, this lord would soon become the most powerful hero of all time. The bleeding man silently agreed to this. The dragon looked at Eugene carefully and noticed that the boy did not look happy at all. To this, Eugene quietly replied, the fulfillment of this dream was his grandfather's most cherished desire, to become the Dark Lord and Conqueror. He deliberately burned himself from the inside out, with only that in mind. The dragon turned to him and asked if the Lord had decided to end his life here, striving to fulfill his grandfather's dream. Eugene remained silent, and from this the dragon understood everything without words. With a slight disappointment he sighed, admitting his defeat. Then the huge snake solemnly announced, the defeated hero would become his well-deserved reward. The dragon told the boy that before his death he was ready to fulfill any of his wishes. Eugene was surprised and asked what he was talking about. He admitted that he dreams most of all of a family. Suddenly the space around him shone with a bright light, and a magic circle flared up right under his feet. He indignantly declared that this was unfair and generally a forbidden technique. According to him, the dragon probably uttered this phrase simply by accident. The monster only said ominously in response, this is a secret art. It is too late to retreat. There is no way back. And of course there is no question of any respite. Eugene asked with curiosity what kind of art this power was. The dragon replied that the abilities themselves were passed down from generation to generation, thanks to the blood of the Dark Lord. He looked at Eugene and noticed that this was a secret, a riddle of nature itself. Turning to the hero, he added, this question does not boil down to a simple desire to carry out his grandfather's will. He said that the boy would receive a new body, and his legend would be passed down through the generations. These were the last words the boy ever heard. After some time spent in the darkness, the boy opened his eyes and noticed a man leaning directly over him. The stranger asked if his brother was okay. Yevhen was completely confused. Not only did he have no idea who this guy was, but he also had no idea what this strange address was about. The maids ran closer and asked anxiously if everything was okay, because they had heard a loud noise. The boy explained that his brother had fallen down the stairs. The girl only sighed, noting what an unpleasant surprise this had been. Yevgeny stood up and asked in confusion where he was, because there was a demonic castle here. The guy joked that his brother must have hit his head. The maid reassured them, promising that the doctor was on his way. Yevhen stood up and glanced in the mirror. What he saw in his reflection shocked the boy to the core. He was genuinely surprised. He pinched his cheek, not believing that this could all be someone's joke. Before him stood a small boy. For a moment, Eugene thought that perhaps he had returned to his own youth, but he quickly dismissed this thought. The color of his hair and eyes was different. He had been reborn. After a while, the boy went to breakfast, and a huge table appeared before him. He was stunned. Everything around him was much larger than in the morning. The young man realized that Julius von Carlyle had become not only a new home for him, but also the beginning of a completely different life and family. His father noticed that Gaius had once again received maximum marks in the exam. His mother assured him that he had never been so good before, and she was proud of him too. But Yevgeny's new brother, Guy, thought it was quite normal and wondered why everyone was so happy all the time. The boy noticed that his new father, mother, and younger brother were sitting at the table next to him. He couldn't stop racking his brains over what to do next. Yevgeny, born as a baby, was immediately reborn in a new body, and later, the consciousness and personality of the previous inhabitant disappeared without a trace to make way for his own. At least, that's what this boy imagined. He found this extremely strange, as he remembered absolutely nothing before his 15th birthday. First of all, the young man decided to look around. The parents proudly praised Guy, calling him the glory and pride of the family. But suddenly the father's face changed dramatically. He turned around and began to speak harshly about his eldest son, Julius. He wondered how the boy had managed to fall down the stairs this morning for no apparent reason. Julius wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. Then his father added that the teacher had said yesterday that with such success the boy would hardly be able to finish school. He asked if Julius realized the shame he had caused. With a heavy sigh, he added that he was pathetic. Even being near Julius and breathing the same air disgusted him. He called the boy a disgrace to the whole family. Julius even doubted whether this man was really his father. because it was hard to imagine how one could say such a thing to one's own child. In response, he thought that it was not he who was really pitiful, but his father. Gaia stood up abruptly and declared that he was disgusted to hear their conversation. His parents were surprised to ask what had happened, as they were thinking of his well-being. Julius was glad that his younger brother had taken his side. But suddenly Gaius announced that he had no older brother at all, and that he wanted to be the only child in the family. Julius was stunned to be completely ignored, as if he had become invisible. Gaia had only announced that he was leaving for school. Julius then hurried to ask him to wait. After all, they could have gone together. Suddenly, Gaius announced that he did not want to go with him, so he would have to travel in another wagon. Julius thought this was rather cruel. Some time passed, and he was already driving to school in the carriage. It seemed to him as if this was his new family now, although he did not feel any warmth or care here at all. Some time passed, and he entered the Royal School of Ain. Julius was 15, and his twin brother studied next to him. Among his peers at this school, he was known as an awkward dreamer. This school is a completely predictable place, like everything connected with school life. Suddenly the boy heard someone laughing loudly in the yard. The hooligans were again running up to the boy and demanding money. They advised him to empty all his pockets before beating him. The boy was stunned that Julius was constantly being hit by them. The idlers boldly asked what he was mumbling about, and then, not paying much attention to his words, they declared they didn't care what he was saying. Let him empty his pockets, as usual, until he burst into tears. Julius sank into self-pity, wondering if this was happening again and again in his life. But suddenly his gaze fell on Guy S., who was slowly walking past. The boy called out to his brother, saying that he was already there. The hooligans became confused and wary, suspecting that he was calling for help. Guy kept a close eye on the boy, but without pausing, he simply turned away and calmly walked away. The bullies laughed, amused that their brother hadn't even paid attention to him and had simply walked away. It was hard for Yulia to believe that Gaia had calmly watched his older brother being humiliated and had turned away indifferently. It seemed that no one was taking Yulia seriously here. The bully swung at Julius, trying to get money out of him. But at that moment, the boy used reinforcement magic. The hooligans slammed their heads into the boy, but it made no impression. He didn't even move. Instead, the bullies themselves screamed in pain, exclaiming that Julius was a real flint. The other hooligans asked what he was up to. Yulia explained that he thought it would hurt if he was hit, so he used the magic of amplification. The hooligans shouted that he should not try to deceive them. After all, he had no magical power and was completely incapable of using such powerful magic. Julius called on everyone to calm down. But Gopnik swung again and, furious, threatened that he would never forgive this and would definitely kill him. Suddenly, Julius raised his hand in front of him. He declared that he had just been born into this world for the second time, so he would not allow himself to be killed. Then he struck his opponent. The hooligan flew far back. His comrades looked around, stunned. How could this have happened? After all, in their opinion, he should have handled the situation without any effort. They began to beg for help, for the monster sought their destruction. Julius noticed that they had originally intended to kill him. He went to the one he had just hit and said that he had to heal him. Without wasting time, he cast a spell. The brawler was surprised when the pain suddenly began to subside. In surprise, he asked what Julius had done. The latter briefly explained that he had used healing magic. The bully asked cheekily if Julius really thought they were so stupid, since even first-class mages didn't possess such powerful magic. The guy added that even the kid from the next house could boast of this skill. The brawler shouted again that it was simply impossible. The word had barely escaped his lips when they all ran away, shouting loudly for help. Julius only wondered sadly why no gratitude for the boy's healing had been expressed. They seemed strange to him. Empowerment and healing were the simplest spells, but the reaction surprised them. Perhaps this world was much more different from his own than he had thought. Was this his native time, or a parallel world? His magical abilities remained the same, but perhaps it was not worth demonstrating the most powerful spells in front of everyone. Guy walked calmly through the school corridors with his head bowed. Everyone who caught his eye greeted the boy and had kind words for him. At the same time, as soon as they noticed Julius, they immediately called him a loser. Moreover, they contemptuously noted that he was a rather unpleasant person. The boy felt awkward. As soon as the bell rang and Julius entered the classroom, the students immediately paid attention to him and whispered in surprise that he was acting strange today. The boy noticed that Julius didn't have any close friends at school, but he didn't seem at all withdrawn or abandoned by the group. Suddenly, someone turned sharply towards the boy. The girl noticed uncertainly that Julius had taken her place, and, hiding her face behind her locks of hair, she said this quietly. The guy immediately got up and apologized. Due to memory loss, he had mixed up the places. She just waved her hand, saying that everything was fine. The guy introduced himself and asked her to be his friend, since she had just arrived. The girl was genuinely surprised by the offer. Then Julius asked if she really wanted to be his friend. The girl blushed and assured her that this was not true. She was just a white crow who her classmates did not recognize. Julius asked why, because according to him she was surprisingly cute. He admitted that he could hardly believe it. These words made the girl blush. Then the teacher entered the classroom and announced the beginning of the lesson. The boy and the girl sat down together. The girl still couldn't recover from what she had heard, because she had never been addressed with such words before. The teacher announced that in the first lesson they would delve into an ancient legend that is over 2,000 years old, the story of the mysterious magician Eugene. Hearing these words, Julius quickly jumped up and asked in surprise if 2,000 years had really passed. But, realizing his overreaction, he immediately became embarrassed and felt uncomfortable. The teacher asked Julius why he had exclaimed so loudly. The boy replied awkwardly that it was nothing special, and then awkwardly sat back down in his seat. He finally realized what world he had been reborn into. Julius was stunned to learn that 2,000 years had passed since he had defeated the demon. In the second lesson, another teacher announced that they would be doing magic. Today, the students were to measure their own level of magical power. He noted that everyone is already familiar with the crystal that measures the level of magical power. One only needs to place one's hand on it, and then the stone will reveal the hidden potential of witchcraft in a person. Julius suggested that a similar crystal had existed long ago. Meanwhile, the teacher announced that it was time to begin the measurement. Anyone he called should come out to the crystal ball. The first student took a step forward, and the teacher allowed him to begin. He concentrated, poured magical energy into the ball, and the number 15 immediately flashed on its surface. Julia was surprised by how weak the boy turned out to be. Once, when he was 15, this figure had reached 4 times that. He was convinced that with such low scores, the boy was about to be expelled from school. But unexpectedly, the teacher praised him and announced that he had passed the exam. Julius wondered in amazement. Was this really the same passage? He was haunted by the question of whether it really should be like this, and whether the crystal was damaged. The people standing behind Julius wondered what the consequences might be, since the level of magical power usually corresponds to age. To them, this seemed like a perfectly normal result. Many scored very low points after that. One participant only scored 21 points, but that was still far from the best result. Julius thought the man was barely 20, and yet everyone was amazed at his abilities. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this world. After all, even babies used to have such indicators. When Eugene was born, his magical power was already 100. Next, the teacher called Guy von Carlyle, Julius's younger brother. The young man confidently stepped forward. It was rumored that he was the most powerful of the Carlyles. Everyone watched with interest the result that Guy would achieve. Julius was anxiously waiting to see what score his younger brother would get. When Guy used his power, a bright flash illuminated everything around him, and the number 50 flashed on the screen. The proud Guy continued his story, and the crowd enthusiastically exclaimed that this was 3 times more than usual, calling Guy a true genius. Hearing this, Julius sighed. The teacher next called Julius von Carlyle. The boy confidently stepped forward. At that moment, whispers echoed around him. Everyone wondered how he could be so unlucky. No magical powers, and that strange older brother. Some even averted their eyes with regret, sympathizing with him about his unusual family. Julius, as a former hero, did not know what to do next. Suddenly Gaius approached him and strongly advised the boy to abandon his studies and stop these pointless attempts. Julius finally realized that no matter what he did, his family, classmates, and younger brother still despised him. And suddenly, an old memory flashed through his mind. He remembered that lonely side of life. The old man cleared his throat and muttered quietly that his days were numbered. He asked Eugene not to repeat his fate. The boy asked what it was about. Grandfather sighed heavily in response, saying that all that remained was to ask him for forgiveness for all the trouble he had caused him. Eugene's grandfather was a true hero. His fame as the strongest and noblest hero of all time knew no bounds. But unfortunately, in the decisive battle, he was defeated by the Demon Lord, the master of the art of venom. After that, people lost hope and turned away from the heroes who could not defeat the demon. He was banished from the city, left alone and disgraced. However, even living in seclusion among the mountains, he did not despair and took loving care of the boy who had been orphaned after the tragic event. In the end, Yevon fulfilled his grandfather's most cherished dream. The old man sincerely wished his grandson a peaceful and happy life. He dreamed that the boy would be able to live a normal life, find his new family, and experience true happiness. Eugene believed that he had finally found a new family in the new world, but his brother once again amazed him with his self-confidence. There was a haughtiness in his gaze, as if he were looking down on Eugene. Julius decided to prove that he was a true older brother, full of determination and responsibility. After that, he immersed himself in magical training, and a bright glow flashed around him. People were amazed. Even Julius's body radiated a radiance. They had never encountered such powers before. This world had existed for over 2,000 years, but it seemed that magical technology had declined significantly compared to its once magnificent past. No one knows about it. It is a special breathing technique that allows you to absorb and transform the magical elements that fill the air. This method is the real magical training. The people whispered in amazement, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the man wondered what kind of reincarnation the Demon King had forced him into this time. Using his power, he glanced at Guy, who was stunned by what he saw. The realization that he could do this in front of his new brother filled him with pride. Everyone around him was mesmerized by the sight. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the room. Everyone was shocked. No one could have imagined that Julius would be the one to smash the magic measuring board. The boy emerged from the smoke and admitted that he had overdone it a bit. Despite his restraint, the device still exploded. Unfortunately, Julius didn't have time to read its number. Now he was hesitating what to do next, because the device had completely broken. Diaz couldn't believe that his brother, who had no magical powers, had managed to blow up the measuring board. It seemed completely unbelievable. Julius turned to Gaius, asking him what he thought of what he had seen. Gaius proudly raised his hand and solemnly declared that this was his true power. Gaius was frankly amazed. He could not believe his eyes. In the next lesson, the teacher asked the students if anyone could recognize what kind of magic circle he had drawn on the board. Yuli secretly hoped that the teacher would bypass him, but it was the boy who was called. His classmates laughed and started joking that their Julius would hardly be able to overcome such difficult tasks. It was too difficult for him. Now the boy is called Julius von Carlyle, a second life given to him by the mysterious spells of the Dark Lord. The young man stood up and noted that it was a very ordinary fireball, quite simple for beginners. He asked if that answer was satisfactory. Everyone was genuinely surprised that the answer turned out to be correct, because even the others could not solve this question. Julius, reborn in this world after 2,000 years, felt that the magical power had weakened now. Julius went to the blackboard and turned to the teacher, noting that there were a lot of unnecessary details on the magic circle. He quickly erased them and started drawing again. Gradually, step by step, he explained which elements he was removing and which ones he was adding, revealing his reasoning. When the magic circle was already fluttering on the board, Yulia noted with a smile that all this was elementary. The students looked around in surprise. They had never seen anything like it before. They began to ask if he really intended to rewrite the textbook or turn the entire lesson upside down. Could not understand how he had managed to remove the lines and strengthen the magic circle 3 times. He claimed that he had brought the circle to its maximum power, which allowed him to reduce the energy dissipation by a factor of 10. So he wondered where Julius had gotten such profound knowledge. The boy said with a smile that it was easier than it seemed. His classmate exclaimed indignantly that Julius had no idea how difficult it really was. Meanwhile, Guy was all nervous, not understanding at all what was happening to Julius. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he involuntarily broke the pencil in his hand. After class, Julius leisurely strolled around the grounds of the Ain Royal Academy. Yawning, he muttered that even after his rebirth, the desire to take an afternoon nap had not disappeared. Julius entered the room where the next lecture was to take place and froze for a moment. What appeared before his eyes was truly unusual. The classroom was abuzz with activity. A whole group of students huddled in a corner, discussing something with excitement. Julius asked curiously what had happened, why it was so noisy. As it turned out, the new girl, Julie, was cornered and started making fun of her long hair, calling it disgusting. One of the girls standing nearby laughed when she noticed how the girl's hair was completely covering her ears. She made a sarcastic remark about how terrible her hair was. And suddenly someone in the company asked, "Why don't they cut that hair?" She grabbed the scissors and slowly walked towards the girl. The cornered victim begged her to stop, but they only assured her that it was all for her own good. She grabbed the girl by the hair, threatened to tear it out herself and throw it away. The girl screamed in pain. The bully wanted to see if the girl was really half-elf. He wanted to shave her head and show her long elf ears to everyone. The girl cried out in despair, calling for help. Seeing this, Julius took a deep breath. And suddenly the captive fell through the ground. She instantly disappeared from the thug's hands. Julius appeared behind the girl, tenderly holding his beloved in his arms. He explained that he had not seen anything yet, because he had been busy since morning. The hooligans noticed Julie and asked what he was doing, because she didn't even have time to look around. Holding the scissors in his hands, Yuli noticed that it was dangerous for the girl to carry such things with her. The hooligan stared at his own hands in amazement, not understanding how he had gotten the scissors. He admitted that he had done it unconsciously, as if he had been moving slowly and only realized what he had done afterwards. Due to his current physical condition, his speed dropped by 10 seconds. It seems that his new body is not yet used to the strain. The bully asked what sounds they were making, and immediately reminded them that it was strictly forbidden to make trouble at school. Yuli teased, promising to give his friend a real fashionable haircut. Julius, holding the scissors in his hands, asked if she felt better. The girl nodded in confirmation. She wanted to say something, but the boy beat her to it. Taking the scissors, he quickly cut off most of his girlfriend's hair. Strands fell to the floor almost instantly. The girl was surprised and asked what had happened. Julius just smiled and said that everything turned out great. The new hairstyle changed the girl beyond recognition. The bully called it cruelty, while other classmates remarked enthusiastically how cute and charming she was now. Julius turned to the bully and asked if she had any complaints. The girl was about to say something, but the boy interrupted her, advising her to trust herself more often. Then all their classmates would immediately understand who the real leader was here. The girl introduced herself as Eliza, and sincerely thanked the boy for saving her. She was filled with pleasant feelings. She liked it. He smiled and noted that there was nothing strange in this. Half-elves had always been the object of ridicule, and even in 2,000 years, human nature had not changed. In the next lesson, the teacher announced that today they would measure the strength of their magical abilities. If a student shot at the scarecrow, it would immediately become clear how powerful their magic was. It would be determined by the strength of the blow. If the target fails to be destroyed the first time, students should not worry. They should remain calm and make a second attack. Julius noted that although everything is different now from the previous experience, it only adds interest to the process. The teacher had just asked who would go first when suddenly someone loudly shouted Guy's name. At that moment the boy and the girl hugged tightly, and she tenderly confessed that she loved Guy as much as ever. She asked why he was always so handsome, because his plain brother couldn't even stand the comparison. The girl confessed that she loved him. In response, Guy said that he also liked one girl. History. As everyone watched in silence, the young couple shared a passionate kiss. Julius was amazed and couldn't believe that they would do such a thing in the middle of class. The teacher was confused. Suddenly, one of the students noticed that these two looked simply incredible, like a scene from an each romantic story, and even the teacher himself forgot about the conversation for a moment, looking at them in fascination. Julius looked at this and thought that boys like girls like Aya. Suddenly the historian noticed Julius and noticed that he was jealous. Gaius Granzin, with a smug smile, declared that he was quite popular with girls. Then he gave his brother a sly look and asked if he had any comments. Julius was confused for a moment, then assured me that he had no complaints. It was just a completely different situation. Then he fell silent, lost in his own thoughts. He asked her who this Isha was that they kept mentioning. He also asked if his brother had anything to do with it. Eliza turned to her friend, trying to figure out what the whole matter was about. She said that this was the young man's girlfriend, History, the 8th princess of their kingdom. Her name was very popular among the aristocracy. She also noticed that the princess was not Julius's wife at all. The boy was confused, apologized, and admitted that he had completely forgotten about it. Eliza couldn't help but wonder. How could anyone forget something like that? He was sure it wasn't him, so he began to wonder. What did Ye and Guy have in common? Suddenly, History turned sharply to Julius and called out to him, "Incipit!" The princess wondered in surprise why this ugly girl and the loser were looking at her so intently. Eliza hurried to apologize, while Julius asked in confusion what she meant. Julius calmly remarked that Eliza would outshine even a princess in her beauty. Besides, he added, she had, like all half-elves, charming ears, and asked Yuli what exactly he was talking about. At the same time, she admitted that, despite everything, she was pleased to hear it. History got angry and asked him in a raised voice what he meant. The young man explained that even if they were engaged, it didn't mean they should kiss in front of everyone. To this, History was surprised and asked what Julius was talking about. She noted that it was the parents who had chosen such a stubborn daughter-in-law, and everyone around them knew that there was no more faithful wife than she was for Guy. The story declared with a smile that Julia, a calm-natured Guy, could only dream of such a wonderful marriage. Guy only silently nodded in agreement. The other students burst out laughing, mocking Julius's failures. They felt a little sorry for the boy. After all, History was exchanging him for a younger brother, and it was truly humiliating. Julius realized with pain, the girl had chosen not him, but Gaius. Julius sighed calmly, and said pleasantly that he was glad to meet you. Historia, shocked, could not contain her surprise and asked what this meant, and Gaius immediately turned to his brother with a direct question, whether he had gone mad. He asked his brother what he was thinking when he tried to push her away. His brother replied that she was his older brother's fiancée, and he was surprised, because there had not even been a single quarrel between them. History wondered what had happened, because Julius was aware of the mutual feelings between her and Gaius, and had even blessed them himself. Julius laughed and teased Eliza, saying it was surprisingly cute. Suddenly, History noticed something strange. The irritated boy asked sharply how long this would last. The girl immediately tensed up. But suddenly the teacher turned to them, asking what they were doing during the lesson. History smiled slyly and asked the teacher what task she had today. She clarified whether she understood correctly that she had to use magic to determine the level of magical power. After that, she pointed the weapon at Julius and asked if he would allow her to use it on him. The guy stared at her in surprise. The teacher announced, "Since you insist on asking, we will find out who will be the winner and who will be the loser. If someone faints during the competition, they will immediately be considered defeated, and the duel will end." Julius sighed deeply and remarked that this was a world ruled by magic, and therefore he had no reason to argue with History. At these words, the girl resolutely interrupted the boy, loudly forcing him to silence. She noticed that he was starting to get on her nerves. The story said she hoped that was enough of an explanation. She described Yuli as a calm and polite guy. Julius sighed again, bitterly reflecting on how unsuccessful his story had turned out. Meanwhile, the girl was already making plans, how to disgrace Julius in front of Gaius and make him blush with shame. She was going to teach that guy a lesson, and her boyfriend was going to watch and be proud of her. Waving to Guy, she cheerfully announced her presence. The boy remained silent in response. Suddenly, the teacher announced the start of their duel. History held up a small crystal and, with a smile, noted that Julia should keep her threats to herself and accept the situation. She threw the stone into the air and, calling upon the most powerful unseen forces, spoke the words. The crystal flashed with a bright light in the middle of the sky, which immediately caught Julius's attention. The spectator exclaimed that this was impossible, because he could not understand how to summon him so quickly and effortlessly. Suddenly, a multitude of magic circles blind the eyes in the air, and a giant monster rushes out of there. I froze, unable to utter a word, watching this. Meanwhile, the boys around me were already quietly starting to laugh, sensing that something funny was about to happen. The monster quickly escaped from the magic circle and stepped onto the ground. At that moment, Historia spoke, telling her that this creature had been her family's protector for centuries. It was a level 30 salamander. The creature suddenly began to spew flames. The room was filled with echoes of screams coming from everywhere. They couldn't believe their eyes. A level 30 monster was really standing in front of them. Everyone in the hall understood that History had really decided to kill Julius. Meanwhile, Julius watched unmoved as everything unfolded before his eyes. Historia smiled slyly and ordered Salamander to rush at Julius. The monster began to form a giant ball of magical power in its mouth. And in an instant, the clumsy creature directed a powerful stream of concentrated energy at Julius. Eliza called out Julius' name, addressing him anxiously, while the teacher sharply emphasized to Princess History that killing was strictly forbidden in this place. The girl laughed and admitted that she had no idea, and that in fact it was all the fault of that weak boy. As the flames raged relentlessly on the ground, Historia asked Julius what the hellish heat of the salamander tasted like to him. However, with a sigh, she noted that unfortunately, the boy would no longer be able to answer her. History burst into a scream again, enraged by Julius's behavior. She sternly ordered him to apologize immediately before he turned into a handful of ashes. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thick cloud of smoke. Julius calmly emerged from the haze, leisurely cleared his throat, and, as if jokingly, noted that this dragon had left a considerable cloud of smoke behind it. The enthralled princess couldn't take her eyes off the young man who had calmly emerged from the dust. A thought flashed through her mind. What she was seeing simply couldn't be true. Suddenly, Julius calmly remarked that even a novice hero could handle such a weak flame. Historia sharply objected, saying that it was impossible. After all, this dragon was already level 30th. Julius believed that even if it was a level 30 monster, the hero's status was quite high. The boy asked the girl if she wanted to continue. The story explained that her choice was subconsciously determined by past experiences, and then she ordered Salamander to strike a truly fatal blow. The teacher, who witnessed everything that happened, could only exclaim that it was precisely because of such consequences that killing me was strictly forbidden. The salamander fired a series of dense energy balls. Julius, without taking a step, calmly dodged each attack, remaining in place. History, amazed, wondered. How does he do it? The audience was simply amazed. The hall exploded with loud cheers. Everyone wanted to know how Julius managed to perform such incredible movements. The questions became more and more. Julius replied with a friendly smile, saying that it was surprisingly easy to figure out the monster's tactics. However, those around him still couldn't figure out how he did it, and they were curious to know what his secret was. When the monster finally exhausted its strength, questions arose in the hall. Was this really the end? And had Julius managed to withstand the hellfire? History sighed heavily, making its final decision for itself. She bit her finger and confidently declared that she would do everything herself. The girl ordered the salamander to rise into the air, after which the monster fearlessly rushed straight at Julius. The girl ordered her dragon to crush Julius. In an instant, the monster descended to the exact spot where the boy had been standing a moment earlier. The ground around him quickly cracked and began to collapse. Seeing Julius' death on the screen, the audience was finally convinced of his death. Eliza, watching this terrible scene, could not hold back her emotions. She screamed at the top of her voice, panicked for her friend. History smiled broadly and announced that now everything was truly over, and most likely not a trace of Julius remained. Suddenly, a male voice came from under the monster's body, apologizing for his miraculously remaining mostly unharmed. Hearing this, Julius was speechless. While everyone around him was stunned and amazed, trying to understand how this was possible, Julius held the giant monster with one hand. The salamander hung directly above the boy, while Julius himself stood confidently on the ground. History couldn't fathom how everything had turned out to be so elementary. Eliza was fascinated, and Gaius refused to believe that his brother was capable of such a thing. The audience exclaimed that this was incredible, because how could you possibly lift a salamander? No one ever realized what was really happening before their eyes. Julius calmly replied that he only used his own body's aura. The aura is a generous gift, full of natural power, that is hidden within every person. This is an aura that gives a person an indescribable power, like the explosion of several bombs, a truly amazing instrument hidden in their heart. Her surprised exclamation indicated that she was hearing this for the first time. Julius could not understand whether the girl was really serious. Julius explained that he was returning the princess's favorite. The words had barely left his lips when he threw the salamander straight at the girl, who had no time to understand what he was talking about. The monster landed right in front of History. The terrified girl let out a piercing scream as the ground beneath her cracked and shattered under the weight of the monstrous creature. In this story, she tried in vain to cover herself with her hands, but she was picked up and thrown into the air, as if torn from the ground. Julius instantly rushed to the girl in distress and carefully picked her up in his arms, preventing her from falling. The young man smiled charmingly and asked gently if everything was okay. The princess was so confused and blushed from all this attention that she could not utter a word in response. Realizing this, Elisa felt awkward and sighed heavily. At this moment, Historia suddenly screamed, demanding that Julius let her go immediately and asking how much longer he would hold her in his arms. She sharply ordered the boy to let her go immediately. At that moment, the offended Julius exclaimed indignantly that, by the way, it was he who had saved the girl. Those present in the hall began to hesitate. Was this really the same disgraced brother of Gaia? They looked at him carefully, and noted that he was indeed talented. 2 boys were sitting next to him. One of them laughed and remarked that Gaius would not be lost against the background of such a powerful Julius. His friend gave him a light tap on the shoulder, and with a smile warned him not to speak so directly. The young man turned to his friend and, unable to hold back his laughter, asked what was wrong. Suddenly he noticed Gaius, a powerful, oppressive wave of anger and resentment emanating from him. The young man silently watched the events in the arena, his gaze fixed on the ground. Some time passed, and the school fell silent again. In the cozy corridor of the academy, Gaius and Historia were deep in conversation. The boy smiled gently and informed the princess that from now on, their paths would diverge. The stunned girl could not believe what she heard and asked in surprise what he was talking about. She asked why he said that and what exactly she had done wrong. Diaz calmly replied that it was true that their story did not last long, but they had a good time together. Historia tried to stop him again. Passing by, Julius accidentally witnessed this argument. The guy asked Gaius why they were arguing so loudly. Gaius was about to say something, but Historia abruptly interrupted him, ordered the stranger not to interfere, and to continue on his way, because it was none of his business. The reserved Gaius silently said that he had gone through many trials with history, and now they were about to be separated. Julius, confused, asked what his brother was talking about. It never occurred to him that something like this could happen, because until recently there had been real brotherly relations between them. History objected indignantly. "You shouldn't say such a thing." She ordered Gaius not to call Julius brother, but only trash. Julius was stunned. Gaia, about to leave, slowly turned around and asked what her brother was talking about. He, with a difficult expression on his face, admitted that she had been Julius's fiancée from the very beginning. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, then blossomed into a sincere smile, and said that for him, the bond with his beloved brother was more valuable than any wedding or bride. History paled at these cruel words. She could not believe that Julius had really said that. The girl exclaimed that it was because of him that their engagement had been broken, and now his father would surely hate his son for such an act. She noticed that this guy had once been terrified of Guy. And a real man, she said, was able to forgive a woman even for her hurtful jokes, and do it with a smile on his face. At the same time, she grabbed Yuli tightly by the shoulders, not letting him go. The guy pointed out that even if she didn't pay attention to him at all, she could just ignore him. However, history replied that such an approach wouldn't work. Julius wasn't capable of that. She exclaimed that her mentor had already mentioned the child from the prophecy. At that moment, Julius realized something extremely important. Scratching his head, he asked what this meant, and who the mysterious child from the prophecy really was. The boy noted that he had learned this from both his story and his brother. Suddenly his story came to life and stood behind Julius, wondering what was happening there. The boy instantly turned around, trying to understand what had happened. Unexpectedly, Historia grabbed Julius by the leg and began to sincerely apologize. She enthusiastically remarked that he looked great and was by no means a villain. The girl begged the boy not to ruin her relationship with Guy, explaining that she was the 8th princess of the Anna family. She insisted. It was Julius's duty to take care of her. The young man glanced at the girl and tried to escape her grip. Julia sighed deeply, realizing that even after his transformation, new difficulties still awaited him. At that moment, Guy was walking quickly through the school corridors, barely holding back his irritation. His footsteps echoed loudly in the silence, and it seemed that in a little while he would break into a run. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the wall with all his might, shattering everything around him. The veins in his forehead and face were tense with rage. The young man exclaimed that he was not going to let it go like this. The next morning, the Carlisle estate was quiet as dawn fell. Julius, having slept soundly, finally opened his eyes. Yawning and stretching, he noted with satisfaction that he had managed to get some real rest that night. Even a hero needs a good night's sleep sometimes. Stepping out onto the balcony of his room, he stretched out his arms and yawned involuntarily, wondering if it really wasn't dawn yet. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. In the courtyard, he heard a characteristic metallic sound, sword blades sliding against each other. Intrigued by this, the young man decided to find out what was happening there. At that time, in the courtyard, one of the men of the Carlyle family was practicing his skills with Gaius. He could not contain his delight and praised the boy, admitting that in recent days he could hardly recognize the young lord he had once been. So much had his swordsmanship changed and grown. He exclaimed that Guy had extraordinary talent, but there was always room for improvement. Guy, breathing heavily, clutched his sword tightly in his hand. He thanked the man for his kind words. As soon as Julius realized what was happening, a broad smile lit up his face. He suddenly noticed his dear younger brother Guy in the yard. The fact that Guy had been training diligently since morning made a great impression on Julius. At that moment, the man exclaimed to Guy that the boy was far superior to his mediocre brother and would soon be as great a craftsman as he was. He urged Guy to work harder and put in even more effort. Suddenly Julius wondered, who was this man with so many useless tricks, without a spark of fighting spirit and strength in his body? He did not understand what this strange person was actually doing. Julius wondered if this might be a friendly competition, while Gaius gained his own strength. Without wasting time, he nimbly jumped down from the balcony, eager to support his brother. With his magic, he enveloped himself in a glow of energy, allowing him to land softly and silently. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, he gracefully lifted a clean towel out of the air and immediately handed it to his brother, accompanying the gesture with a brief gesture. Guy takes a deep breath, often and heavily, nodding in confirmation of each word. As soon as the towel was on his head, Yuli noticed that the guy had really given his all. Guy was genuinely surprised, not expecting such an assessment, and in surprise, he asked his brother how long he had been here. Julius wondered if Gaius had really come here this morning. He praised his desire to improve his skills, saying that it was very good. Julius smiled and added that instead of these amusements, he could help Gaius by teaching him swordsmanship. He nodded towards the man who had once taught Gaius, and said that he could become his mentor if he wished. The man, hearing this, could not hide his surprise. He was deeply impressed that Julius was supposed to be teaching him. After all, he was a warrior from a royal dynasty, and it was especially humiliating that it involved lessons in swordsmanship. Gaius exclaimed, indignantly wondering why his brother was so rude. He asked if Julius even understood who was standing before him. The boy replied that he had guessed from this funny manner of fighting. Then he asked if the uncle from the neighboring house was sometimes in front of them. The man was even more indignant. Not only was his fighting style ridiculed, but he was also compared to an ordinary uncle from the neighboring yard. Angrily pulling out his sword, he frowned and promised to show Julius how to treat adults. He loudly declared that he was a knight, and that Julius would pay immediately for attempting to dishonor his sacred honor. Gaius turned calmly and addressed his mentor with a request to calm down. At this moment, the man was already rushing towards Julius with a weapon in his hands. He was feverishly explaining that he could not forgive such an insult. Julius wondered with amazement whether this was really happening. Despite the situation, he remained completely calm. Teacher Gaius tried to attack Julius with direct blows, but the boy dodged every attack of the eccentric knight with incredible agility, laughing merrily at the comicality of the situation. Gaius stood stunned, unable to look away from what he saw. He could not believe that it was even possible to avoid the blow of a true master's sword. Julius smiled and noted that the knight was passing so slowly that he could barely hold back a yawn. He added that Gaius should find a mentor who was thoroughly knowledgeable in this matter and could teach him everything he needed. At this moment, the knight was still trying in vain to get at his opponent, who was deftly dodging every blow. Julius decided to strike back at the old man. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, then shouted words that were supposed to awaken the dark magic. The teacher watched Julius's actions with amazement. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the air. Julius stopped the man's attack, who swung at the boy again. The power of both swordmasters caused everything around them to glow brightly. Gaius clung to the ground with all his might, but it became harder and harder to hold on. His body was almost losing strength. He was about to break down and stop resisting the relentless force. Suddenly, the tip of one of the swords flew off, and the weapon fell sharply to the ground, its blade cutting deep into the ground. Julius stood with his sword at the ready while the teacher lay on the ground. Half of the broken weapon remained behind Julius's back. His sword had been shattered. The shocked man stared at the hilt of his sword in shock, not understanding how this could have happened. Meanwhile, Guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his voice was heavy with pain. Unbearable torment pierced his whole body. The sword seemed to blaze with a blinding light, and for the first time the teachers were able to push it back. Guy was left in complete confusion as to what had happened to his brother. Julius slung his sword over his shoulder and exhaled. He asked Guy what he was talking about, since it was a typical reflex during an attack. But the teacher quickly caught up and asked in surprise what other attack reflex this was, since the fencing textbook didn't even mention it. He exclaimed that this phenomenon was generally considered one of the most perplexing mysteries. In return, Julius asked in surprise what nonsense he was talking about, since this was the very essence of fencing. Julius wondered how both swordsmanship and magical arts had declined markedly in this world over the past 2 millennia. Gaius could not fathom how his brother had acquired such excellence in swordsmanship. Julius also wondered if this magical attack had been created recently. The teacher, looking at the fragments of his sword in shock, could not believe his eyes and exclaimed that this could not be. This sword was the oldest and strongest family heirloom, carefully passed down from generation to generation. It seemed absolutely impossible to break this weapon. Julius was surprised that he had managed to break such a valuable sword. The boy apologized to his teacher and began to gather magical energy, giving it the shape of a sword. He promised to return the blade to its original form and immediately called upon the power of creation magic. Hearing this, the teacher was even more amazed. The magic of creation was something completely unknown to him, and he could not understand how such a thing was even possible. Suddenly Julius handed the same teacher the sword, and the latter, smiling ironically, remarked that it all looked rather absurd. After all, restoring the blade turned out to be an extremely simple matter. Guy, who was watching everything from the side, was surprised to ask how this had even become possible. The boy turned to Julius, noting that this all seemed extremely strange. Julius in response asked if he meant his unexpected change. With a slight fear, Gaia noticed that it was like a completely different person, because it was impossible for her brother to possess such incredible power. Julius was lost for words, not knowing how to respond. After all, he was sure that Guy would not believe in the slightest that he was facing the hero Eugene, who had been reborn in the body of his older brother. Julius approached Gaius with a proposal to have breakfast together. Admitting that he could not stand pancakes, he added that it was possible to invent something else. However, Gaius, raising his voice, abruptly interrupted his brother, ordering him to be quiet. He firmly declared that he did not want to see Julius. Burning with rage, Gaius turned around and declared that he would never recognize Julius as his older brother. Without another word, he quickly left the room. Julius looked at him silently, then sighed heavily, and noted that Guy's behavior was completely inappropriate for a younger brother. Eventually, Julius found himself at the academy. The teacher announced that today's lesson would be devoted to lectures on summoning a magical servant. Julius asked in surprise what kind of servant she meant. Eliza explained that even first-year students go through a summoning ritual, summoning monsters that become their familiars. Julius was surprised. Is this really called a program for school children? He had never studied before, so he had no idea how everything worked. Suddenly, the boy asked Eliza if she knew how cute she was. The girl blushed and awkwardly denied it, noting that this was not the case at all. The teacher began to explain. Each student will be given a monster that perfectly matches their potential. In other words, they will have to test their own strength. The ghost that appears will be the exact embodiment of each student's inner essence. The teacher explained that to summon a familiar, one must pour one's inner power into a magic circle. Julius was surprised to note that 2,000 years ago, everything happened completely differently. The teacher invited the first volunteer to join the circle. At that moment, one of the students stepped forward energetically. Julius watched in awe as the student stepped into the magic circle on his own. As the young man directed his magic into the majestic symbol, a bright flash of light cut through the space. Suddenly, a level 15 white wolf burst out of the magic circle. The teacher looked at the monster with an appraising look and, approving what he saw, announced that the boy had passed the test. Julius, however, could not hide his surprise. In his opinion, the level was too low. He began to feel anxious about his own fate. He suspected that his inner magical powers had weakened considerably. Suddenly, someone called the teacher. A boy confidently stepped forward and offered to give him the next word. It was Gaius. As soon as they noticed him, the students immediately perked up. A wave of anticipation swept over them, because everyone was sure that something unusual would happen now. The children whispered animatedly, wondering why he had appeared on his own and what he could be thinking about, walking towards the unknown. Suddenly Gaius turned around abruptly and stared at Julius. With a stern expression, he ordered his brother not to look at him. Julius smiled and wished his brother luck, adding that he should show everyone how to act. These words only angered Gaius even more. As the boy approached the magic circle, the teacher gave the signal to begin. The young man readily obeyed. Gaius spread his hands and began to cast a spell. A bright flash of lightning flashed in the air. The students froze in amazement, amazed by this power. Julius also did not hide his delight and watched the action with amazement. Guy sighed heavily, but suddenly a giant creature began to emerge from the magic circle. A level 50th griffin appeared before him. The astonished people exclaimed that they were facing the celestial commander-in-chief himself. They couldn't understand how this guy managed to summon a level 50th familiar. Guy laughed and asked Julius what his impressions were. With a smile, he declared that he had demonstrated his true strength. Julius, however, calmly replied that it was just a small bird. The guy assured that Gaia could not have such a low score, and that the possibility of retaking the exam should definitely be discussed. Gaia was stunned by this statement. Everyone around was wondering what those two little birds meant, because according to legend, they were heavenly guardians. People didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Julius remarked that such griffins could only walk, for they had great difficulty in rising into the air. Eliza exclaimed in surprise, saying that such creatures were extremely rare. Julius exclaimed to his brother that he was capable of more, that he should try again. Gaius was stunned. Already irritated, Gaius challenged his brother. If he didn't like this option, let him come closer and show what he was capable of. Julius hesitated for a moment at these words. He remembered the days of his glory, when it never occurred to him to call for help. People had already started laughing, thinking that Julius was scared. They were convinced that the boy was afraid that as an older brother he would only get an entry-level degree. Julius sighed and stepped out into the magic circle. He had had a similar experience before, but he felt that this time was different. He decided to take a chance anyway, and see what would happen. Julius was enveloped by his own magic. He was sure that it was necessary to gather all his power together and direct it directly into the magic circle. As soon as he tried to carry out his plan, a powerful explosion of magic suddenly flashed in front of him. Even the heavens parted as Julius' magic soared high into the sky. Everyone was amazed by the sight. Gaius struggled to stay on his feet as people around him exclaimed in delight that the sky had been torn apart. The bright light generated by the magic was so amazing that no one could believe that one man could have created such a thing. At that moment, Julius silently watched the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, a huge monster began to emerge from the bloody flesh, strikingly resembling a giant lizard. People wondered, what level of magic was this? From the magic circle emerged a previously unheard-of dragon, whose name remained a mystery to the whole world. Even its level surpassed anything seen before. The monster spread its wings, and the people around it couldn't stop wondering, asking, what kind of creature was this, and what level was it? Guy couldn't understand how this was possible, as he had never seen anything like it before. In surprise, he asked what kind of magic it was. Julius calmly pointed his finger at the dragon and asked everyone if they were familiar with this character. The dragon himself, shocked, exclaimed that this could not be. To the surprise of everyone present, the dragon exclaimed with a roar in his voice that this could not be, because this creature was too rare to appear here. Hearing this, the students instantly turned pale with horror. They found it difficult to understand how he could even speak. Amazed, Julius asked what he was talking about. Then the students began to talk animatedly about how magical creatures usually cannot speak. They are capable of conscious perception and speech, but no one has ever heard or seen anything like it before. Their level is so unique that it cannot be measured by any scale. The teacher was no less delighted than anyone else. He couldn't help but ask the boy how he managed to do it himself. Julius turned around and asked what they were talking about. He made it clear that whatever had caught their attention was nothing to be particularly surprised about. Since ancient times, all people have trembled before the mighty dragon named Clyphon. His terrible fame spread far beyond the borders of the lands, and everyone who heard about this creature was filled with horror. Clyphon was considered the invincible ruler of the world and all living things from ancient times. Guy looked with admiration. Even the dragon's eyes glowed from within. Whoever managed to create such a thing had an incredible supply of magical power. Slowly opening his eyes, the dragon turned his piercing gaze on the people, who, frozen in fear, could not tear themselves away from the eerie spectacle. He was extremely dangerous. Those who had to face him died of horror. Their will broke under the pressure of uncontrollable fear. Dragons of this kind pose a real threat to all living things. His name was the Lord of Dark Powers. The dragon majestically addressed the ancient hero, and a friendly smile blossomed on Julius's lips as he welcomed his old comrade. He wondered with curiosity if this was indeed the first appearance of this dragon in the past 2,000 years. One by one the students fell to the ground, writhing in pain and exhaustion. Julius turned around in shock and asked what had happened to them. The dragon calmly replied that this happened all the time here. The students felt as if they were under the influence of powerful magic. The Demon King possessed incredible power. With just one shockwave, those whose abilities were not sufficiently developed would immediately lose consciousness. The dragon turned to Julius and noticed that he was almost at the very center of his magical field. But at the same time he felt calm and balanced. At the same time, he emphasized with genuine joy that the power of the hero, reborn in another life, still pulsates in Julius's heart. The young man exclaimed to the Lord of Dark Powers that he truly deserved praise. He turned to the dragon, emphasizing how difficult it was for everyone to gain his power. In addition, the boy noted that it gave a threatening impression, so the power should be restrained a little. The Lord of Dark Powers apologized, admitting that he hadn't thought about it at all. But in an instant a bright glow enveloped him. This became a sign of his transformation. Grimacing in pain, Julius closed his eyes, complaining of the unbearable pain. Meanwhile, the dragon's body rapidly shrank, gradually taking on human-like proportions. The Lord of the Dark Forces rapidly changed his appearance, turning into a young, charming girl in a luxurious black dress. The girl smiled slyly and asked if such an image would suit her. The stunned students blushed in embarrassment. It was difficult for them to imagine that the terrible dragon had actually turned into a magical beauty. The Lord of Darkness proudly asked Julius how he liked this look. The young man replied that it looked really wonderful, but it was immediately noticeable that she had restrained her power a little. Julius thanked her for such consideration. Suddenly, Julius felt someone behind him tremble with rage, and an angry voice assured him that such a thing was simply impossible. Frankly indignant, Gaius reached out and pointed a finger at Julius, emphasizing that it was incredibly difficult for an ordinary person to summon a servant of such a high level. Gaius indignantly declared that a person capable of such a thing could not possibly be his worthless older brother. This made the man extremely angry. Julius smiled, and pointing to the girl, explained to his brother that she was a servant. The Lord of Dark Forces only sighed and noted that she could only call herself a servant in front of her own master. Hearing these words, Guy became even more angry. He shouted that it was just a coincidence. Saddled up on his griffin, Guy challenged his rival to a duel to find out who was truly stronger in magic. With a loud cry, he challenged Julius to a duel, a familiar one. Watching this, the Dark Lord took a deep breath. Suddenly her eyes lit up with crimson fire. She shouted to the boys to repeat what she had said in a moment. Amazed by the girl's incredible strength, Guy's poor griffin immediately panicked and ran away. Guy was left bewildered, completely at a loss as to why his faithful familiar had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The proud girl sighed and turned away, saying that it was an incredible insult to her to be compared to a weak servant. Julius reacted as expected, exactly as he had suspected. It was a look of blindness, a deadly magical technique. Gaia fell to his knees, overcome with despair. He could not find an explanation for how Julius had such power. It was incomprehensible to him how this boy could summon a servant who exceeded all limits of possibility. Losing hope, he felt true despair. Gaius could not believe that his brother had managed to summon such an extraordinary familiar. The boy's eyes filled with anxiety. Just think. Julius turned out to be 1,000 times more gifted than himself. Gaius was confused, trying to understand when Julius had become so much stronger and surpassed him in everything. In despair, Guy knelt down, unable to find an answer as to why someone like Julius could be better than him. The boy turned to the dragon and confessed that he felt empty inside, like an emptied vessel. He also wondered what kind of power he was talking about. The Dark Lady scornfully remarked that Gaius was a rather boring conversationalist. She was completely unconcerned about the affairs of the rest of the world, for the only thing that mattered to her was fighting for her master. Julius wondered if it was all her witchcraft. The girl answered him with a mysterious smile and confirmed the boy's guess. She noted that it was certainly a real body, but it did not at all resemble the true Demon King. The girl explained that it was not a real call, but it was not a right to recognize fakes. She also added that the servant seemed to be obeying the strict rule of absolute obedience to the master, as stipulated in the code. Julius asked in surprise what she was talking about. The girl calmly explained to him that this was no longer the body of the Demon King. Now she was just the hero's loyal servant. Julius blushed in confusion, but still admitted that he understood everything. Suddenly, the girl began to carefully investigate dark energy. This frightened the nearest students, and they screamed, seized with fear. The next moment, everyone fell unconscious to the floor. Julius looked at the girl in confusion and asked what she had done so unexpectedly. The girl reassured Yulia, saying there was nothing to be afraid of. Everything was under control here. She explained that she had only put them to sleep so that they would not interfere. Yuli remained silent, although he actually didn't like it very much. The girl squeezed his hand tightly and turned to the hero. Her voice was filled with genuine joy. She said how happy she was that they had finally managed to meet again. She raised her hand in joy and exclaimed that for the first time in 2,000 years they were together again. Turning to Eugene, she confessed that she had been waiting for his return for a long time. Julius was slightly confused, so he anxiously decided to clarify the details of the battles. He asked if the girl meant that she obeyed her master without question. She confidently confirmed this and added that she was universal in her abilities. Hearing this, Julius sighed heavily. She looked down at the floor and quietly said that she was just bored. After these words, the girl beamed with joy, not taking her admiring gaze from her master. A powerful energy barrier flared up around Julius. Suddenly, he announced that he knew an interesting game. Concentrating most of his energy in his palms, the boy suggested trying something in this state. Julius and the Lord of Dark Powers stood opposite each other, and powerful magic raged around them. The girl, turning to her master, smiled and suggested that they celebrate this long-awaited meeting for the first time in 2,000 years. Julius turned to Wensmart and said that after their conversation she could go wherever she wanted. Meanwhile, all the students lay unconscious on the ground, exhausted from the excess magical energy. The girl gathered all her will into a fist, and then confidently exclaimed that she agreed, and promised to definitely return. Instantly jumping up from her seat, she rushed headlong towards Julius, who was already ready to strike the girl. Surrounded by an aura of his own magic, Julius raised his hands, preparing to call upon the powers bestowed upon him from birth. At this moment, Vince Mard was almost at Julius's side, ready to strike. They approached him to attack, and at the same moment the sky was illuminated by bright flashes. Explosions thundered with loud force. Demonstrating impeccable swordsmanship, Julius used a parrying technique and deftly dodged Vensmard's powerful attack. As the boy used the attack parry, all of the girl's strength suddenly returned to her. She let out a shrill scream and, unable to contain herself, stepped back from Julius. Lightning flashed again near Julius's weapon, and thanks to this, the boy effortlessly threw the girl high into the air. Once in the very heavens, Vensmar laughed out loud. She was filled with wild admiration, because only one person had managed to repel her attacks so effectively, and that person was a hero. In an instant, before he could even blink, Julius was behind the girl, sword at the ready. He was about to strike. The young man confirmed this and, to the girl's surprise, thanked her sincerely. Wensmar noticed the attack too late, only just turning around and putting out her hand in an attempt to block the blow. The force of Julius's blow was so powerful that the girl was thrown a considerable distance. Vensmart slid along the ground for a considerable length before finally coming to a stop. The girl sighed heavily as she rose to her feet. Despite the smile on her face, blood slowly flowed from her lips. She exclaimed loudly that the sword of Julius, the famous hero, had dealt her such a blow that it had severed her right arm. The girl exclaimed that it was simply incredible. Seeing such a reaction, Yuli was a little surprised. The girl raised the shoulder that had previously held her right hand. Suddenly, the fragments of the hand, scattered everywhere, began to gather together, swirling into a single vortex. In a moment, Ben's hand, which had just disintegrated into small pieces, was restored again. The girl smiled slyly and said that this was just the beginning. Julius slowly approached her, noting that she seemed to have taken advantage of instant regeneration. The girl only laughed merrily in response. At that moment, the girl again felt magical power building up in her palms. She smiled mysteriously and told Julius to wait a bit, because the most interesting thing was yet to come. The boy silently watched Mardven's actions, carefully preparing for the next attack. The girl, on the other hand, smiled and encouraged Julius to try to repel the next attack. After that, she swiftly aimed at the boy, delivering a series of quick punches. It was a magic spell, a solid fist created from her magical power. The girl relentlessly threw thousands of blows, and Julius, without saying a word, calmly repelled them one by one with the power of his aura. At the same time, in the seer's house, a stranger was carefully examining something in a crystal ball. The woman mysteriously said that it was a steward. A young girl approached the old woman and respectfully addressed her. "Grandma." In response, the elderly woman warned. A powerful, formidable magical force was growing in the western sky, and its influence was spreading rapidly. The woman admitted that it was truly terrifying. She had never experienced anything like it. She claimed that it was a sign of the end. She felt it with her whole being. She watched the duel between Julius and Vensmard through the magic ball, and it seemed to her that this very power was capable of destroying their world. At that moment, the girl swung again, aiming for another powerful punch. She punched Julius right in the face. After that, the guy stepped back and suggested that it end there. Turning to the demonic lady, he asked her opinion on such a decision. The girl asked in surprise, "How is that?" A little offended, the boy touched his cheek, complaining that it hurt and itched. At the same time, he emphasized that Vensmard certainly had an excellent shot. The girl was amazed at how Julius was able to fend off all her attacks while still saying such things. She couldn't understand how he could remain so calm in such a tense moment. Suddenly, Julius noted that such blows seemed too soft for the mistress of darkness. After all, she was the mistress of dark forces herself. The girl froze in silent amazement after Julius's words. The young man admitted that for 2,000 years he had felt almost the same. Now he could clearly feel how the demon lord had become weaker. He wondered if she didn't find it strange. Hearing these words, the girl burst into a loud laugh, which greatly confused Julius. Confused, he immediately began to ask what had happened and whether he had really said something funny. The girl asked the gentleman if he had not noticed this yet. He cast a puzzled look at Vensmard, not understanding what was being said. The girl beamed with a sincere smile and assured him that from now on a magical path had been laid between them. Julius, puzzled, wondered what kind of miraculous path Vensmara meant. The girl began to explain. The magical path was a spiritual thread that connected the mentor and his disciple. Thanks to this connection, he could effortlessly assume a form endowed with the power of the Demon King. Hearing this, Julius asked with slight surprise what would happen to him then. The girl replied that by transferring her power to him, she would make him twice as powerful as he was now. Vensmord confidently declared that she was not weak at all, and that her strength would make him even more powerful. Julius listened to her words in silence. The guy assured me that he understood everything, but he doubted whether it was correct. The girl replied that there was nothing she could do. Each of them had their own special powers. She smiled slyly, noting that Julius thought this was wrong, and then added that she would definitely demonstrate this to the guy. Julius looked with slight surprise at Vensmart, who was already gathering all her strength. Blinding lightning flashes flashed around her. She challenged him, advising him not to delay, as she was going to assess his true power. Suddenly, blinding rays flashed around the girl, and an incredible, boundless power enveloped her from all sides. The magical sphere was rapidly expanding, filling with energy with every moment, and Julius could only watch this miracle in fascination. And then, a strange, patterned story appeared on Vensmarn's body. The girl plunged into the state of a divine dragon. Meanwhile, a huge radiant sphere flared up around her, illuminating her transformation. Julius watched this spectacle carefully, and concluded that the Demon King's power had not yet disappeared. The girl smiled mysteriously, raising her hands forward, preparing to attack Julius. She clenched her fists, and an unusual energy began to surge around them. The girl exclaimed that the time had come to become stronger. Julius noticed with surprise how Vensmart, while in her normal form, began to concentrate the power of the dragon in her palms, equal to that she had in her true, full form. Vensmart concentrated almost all of her magical energy in her palms and, channeling it through the dragon's breath, released it into the air. It was instantly accompanied by a deafening explosion. A huge wave of burning energy filled more than half of the sky above the city, where the battle raged. The residents of this city were gripped by fear and rushed out of their homes, trying to figure out what was really happening around them. People were truly horrified that such terrible events were taking place right above a school in the heart of the city. They had no idea what was really happening there. The girl still held her hands in a fighting stance. The flames had just died down, and she was finally able to catch her breath. She watched the huge cloud of smoke that rose after her blow, silently waiting for the next events. Suddenly she laughed excitedly and declared that it simply couldn't be true. And Julius, lost somewhere in the clouds of smoke, got out of there without a scratch. Vensmart couldn't understand how this was possible. The boy had never been trained. Meanwhile, Julius calmly held his sword in one hand, and with the other, extended forward, he created a shining protective curtain. Julius wondered, with a hint of disappointment, if this was really the same pride of the Demon King, the destructive ray that had once troubled him. He asked Vensmar if he didn't think the power was too weak now. Hearing these words from the boy, the girl laughed even harder, and then admitted that he had quite cleverly figured out how to counter her powerful attack. She exclaimed with admiration that he was her true master. With a wink, she suggested not to stop and continue their game. Julius carelessly threw his sword behind his back and, looking around, asked if that was all. Hearing these words, Mardbena was quite surprised. The guy looked at her carefully and asked if she had noticed anything yet. Suddenly the girl felt a piercing blow that almost touched her body. She only managed to cry out in surprise when her body suddenly split in half. Smart didn't immediately understand what had happened. The shocked girl turned to Julius and asked when he had managed to do such a thing. Pushing off at breakneck speed, Vensmart plummeted downward, while Julius silently watched the spectacle. Finally he sighed heavily, and dryly remarked to the Demon King that this scene was getting rather tiresome. When Vonnemart fell directly onto the magic circle in which she had been summoned, Julius landed silently beside her. The young man remarked in surprise that he couldn't believe how easily he had defeated the Demon King, who was trying his best to destroy him. Such an unexpected victory, they said, could well derail him. The girl first smiled broadly, and in a moment her smile turned into a loud laugh that completely surprised Julius. Vensmar began to put together the two halves of herself that Julius had previously severed. She admitted with delight that she had suffered a complete, unquestionable collapse. She honestly admitted that she had never considered herself the strongest in history. Julius asked her if these two conditions were satisfactory. The girl exclaimed with delight that she was happy to become a servant of such a master as he. The boy asked if she really intended to stay here. She nodded in the affirmative and added, he himself had called her. She exclaimed indignantly that he should be held accountable for his actions, because she was going to serve her master until the last strength left her body. Julius thought about it, and noticed that it had been destroyed 2,000 years ago. The young man extended his hand to Vensmart, wanting to thank her personally. The girl was completely unexpected and froze in shock. Julius thanked her for changing his life. Even in these dark times, he found joy and true satisfaction in everyday life. The young man smiled broadly as he thanked the girl. Noticing this, Vensmart could not hide his surprise. Then she sighed and noticed that he had an extremely friendly face. She took his hand firmly and stood up. Then she exclaimed with delight that she would be glad to serve him. The boy thanked her for her help. The unknown man in glasses, who was watching everything, exclaimed in amazement that something incredible had happened. He noted that the end of the prophecy had indeed come true. The man was deeply moved by the incredible power he had witnessed with his own eyes. The man assumed that he had apparently finally woken up. Quickly sorting things out, he realized Julius von Carlyle was the same hero Eugene. The man smiled slyly, and noted that he should make sure as soon as possible whether Julius was really suitable as a tool for further events. A silent flash once again cut through the calm sky above the city. Someone was speeding towards the sky. Julius, having accelerated to such a frantic speed that no trace of him could be seen, was persistently searching for something, confidently asserting, "It must be here somewhere." Suddenly, the boy saw exactly what he had been looking for so long. Without wasting a moment, he quickly descended to the ground, filled with joy at the desired find. He smiled and noted that 2,000 years had passed, but the appearance had remained unchanged, all thanks to the magic that had prevented time from destroying this creation. The young man looked with admiration at the well-kept building and exclaimed joyfully, "Here it is, his home." In ancient times, there lived a man named Aaron. He mastered all martial arts to perfection. His magical gifts surpassed even the powers of the gods, and his healing abilities were equal to the power of the Lord of Spirits himself. He was the most powerful and noble hero in history. However, even such a great warrior could not cope with the deadliest demon lord, Venom. A man who took on the hopes of all people but was unable to cope with them voluntarily, went into exile in the mountains. There he decided to raise an orphaned child. The man led a quiet life, generously passing on to his child his swordsmanship, combat skills, and the art of healing magic. It was this child who defeated the demon lord in the future. The great hero who ended the Dark Ages. The legendary, almost godlike warrior, Mr. Eugene. Julius held a bottle of alcohol in his hand and joked that this was what they taught in history classes these days. He asked if that didn't seem funny. The boy looked at the grave of his beloved grandfather with a sad smile. Bowing his head and clasping his hands, he quietly said that he was glad to appear in this world, and not in any other. He felt joy that he had finally been able to visit his grandfather's grave. The young man, somewhat surprised, noted that they were on the same world line. Julius instantly stretched his hand forward, and carefully releasing a stream of magical energy, began to create a sword using his creation magic. Instantly, 2 swords appeared in the boy's hands. One of them was distinguished by its lightness and elegance, and the other was completely black, with a curved blade that showed through with bloody veins. Julius confidently took both swords in his hands, carefully crossing their blades. Sighing, he finally decided to direct the magical power to his own cause. He took another deep breath, and uttered the spell for the Sword of Emptiness, given to him by the spirit. At that moment, bright rays flashed in front of Julius, and along with them, a light, somewhat annoying sound spread out. Right in front of Julius, a huge cross flashed in the night sky, illuminating everything around with a blinding light. Suddenly, the cross began to grow rapidly, spreading in all directions at considerable speed. From the space that opened up in the center of this cross, the figure of an elderly man gradually emerged. The unfamiliar face smiled faintly, and he himself, with delight in his voice, noted that it was truly impressive. Julius looked at the man and smiled. At that moment, the old man noted that he was interested in seeing Julius combine the powers of the sacred and magical swords to cut through the wall between this world and the afterlife. The man emerged from the cross quite briskly. First his torso and legs appeared, and then he finally stepped on the ground. He noticed that the boy had invented a surprisingly original way to communicate with the dead. As it turned out, this man turned out to be an ancient, almost forgotten hero. The spiritual essence of the hero Eren appeared before Julius. The old man sighed and said with a warm smile that not everyone could do such a thing. He asked his beloved grandson Eugene what he thought about it. Seeing his grandfather, Julius broke into a sincere smile, happy that he was lucky enough to meet his grandfather. Approximately 2,000 years ago, within these very walls, 2 men were having a conversation. One of them handed the other a small envelope and told him that inside were instructions on what to do after his death. The old man handed Eugene a small envelope, although Eugene had no desire to continue this conversation at all. The boy asked his grandfather to stop, because he was no longer in the mood for jokes. The old man sighed heavily and noticed that everything was not as it seemed, and he had very little time left. And he was well aware of this. Yevgeny took the envelope, carefully opened it, and, looking inside, was extremely confused. Eren sat down on the bed, exhausted. He said that after he died, Eugene should go to the orphanage, the address he had already left in that letter. It was there, he said, that everything that belonged to Eugene would be waiting for him. The old man assured Eugene that the boy was destined to live a simple, unostentatious life, and that no heroic feat was required of him. He was not the hero that Eren dreamed of seeing in the role of an avenger punishing the Demon King. At this moment, Eren nervously swirls the wine in his glass, thoughtfully watching it sway in the glass. He remembered well how he had said these same words before, but now, with Julius nearby, everything took on a completely different meaning. Julius became a legendary hero who defeated the Demon King and brought peace back to this world during the dark times. Listening to his grandfather's words, Julius couldn't help but smile. Eren admitted that Eugene had many talents from the very beginning. He noted that, having developed his abilities, the boy probably had no difficulty at all in defeating the Demon Lord. Hearing such words, Julius immediately blossomed with praise. The man put down his glass of wine and finally spoke. In reality, everything was not like that at all. Sighing with a bitter and guilty smile, he admitted that he had probably doomed the boy by placing an ancient grandfather's curse on him. He thought that it had really put Eugene in a difficult position then. Old Eren bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said quietly that he sincerely regretted what he had done. Julius immediately jumped up and denied the idea. He had no desire to upset his grandfather. In his enthusiasm, The boy exclaimed that he had accepted Aaron's sense of duty quite consciously and of his own free will. To his grandson, despite Yuli's loud cries that he does not regret his actions at all. Suddenly, the old man sternly said that Eugene's goal was solely to defeat the Demon King, and that 2,000 years ago he had tried to do this right in the villain's castle. Julius felt a noticeable tension. Slightly confused, he turned to Aaron, asking if he had indeed witnessed the events that had unfolded that day in the Demon King's castle. And in a moment, Grandfather confessed to Julius that it was he who helped him reappear in the world that day, opening the door to a new life for him. The boy stepped back and said with a heavy heart that he had to ask his grandfather for forgiveness for everything that had happened. Aaron just shook his head and quietly replied that the real apology was his. Hearing these words, Julius suddenly fell silent, feeling clearly agitated. Gathering all his strength, he finally dared to look his grandfather in the eyes and sincerely admitted he was very sorry. But Aaron was already in another world. Julius rubbed his hands together, worried. He asked his grandfather if it was really safe here. The old man just smiled and sighed deeply. He raised his glass along with the bottle of wine and said cryptically that he had another matter to attend to. Julius asked in surprise what the matter was, whether Aaron was going to teach him something new. The old man slowly raised the glass to his lips and took a sip of wine. Then he cautiously noted that this really had something to do with Julius. The boy was surprised and asked what exactly the old man meant. If Yulia likes to live the second circle of his life, he has nothing to worry about. The guy noticed that this stage is not so easy to love. To this the old man advised, "In this case, you should listen to your heart and go in search of your true calling." The boy became nervous, uneasy. He asked what Aaron was going to do to him. The old man raised his hand and told him to look up. He spread his hands and said, "Just as there are countless stars shining in the night sky, so too are many opportunities open before Julius." He only wanted his grandson to choose his own. And in 2 years, the whole world would hear about this boy. This was Aaron's only wish. Julius, stunned by these words, looked at his grandfather, not believing what he had just heard. After that, he assured me that he would do his best. The old man thought for a moment, and wondered if this meant that Julius would not be here any time soon. The young man nodded in agreement. Suddenly Julius admitted that he regretted leaving Aaron shortly before his death. He also added that he had hardly been to their shared home. The old man only laughed good-naturedly and assured him that it did not upset him in the least. The man gently ran his hand through Eugene's hair and reminded him that, after all, they were family. These words genuinely touched Julia, and he warmly noted, Aaron was right. 2,000 years ago, Aaron revealed a shocking truth to Eugene. The boy's parents were actually alive. This news surprised Eugene greatly. The old man said that there was a big fire a few years ago, and that's when he saved a boy named Eugene. However, there were no deaths in that tragedy, so it's entirely possible that the boy's parents are still alive. In other words, Aaron made it clear that they were not blood relatives. Hearing this, Eugene turned to his grandfather and sincerely confessed he was glad that his grandfather had raised him. The young man smiled and said that only he was his family. Now, in the present, Julius repeated these same words. Hearing this, Aaron smiled with emotion and noted that Julius was truly a worthy grandson. After this conversation, Julius fell into silent reflection for a long time. He had to think about what he really wanted. No longer Eugene, but Julius von Carlyle. He had to enjoy his new life to the fullest. Suddenly, loud shouts were heard in the royal castle. Someone was cursing without finding the words. Meanwhile, the king told his disturbing story. He had learned terrible news. According to him, she had broken off her engagement to the eldest son of the Carlyle family. The king noticed that, among other things, the girl was acquainted with their second son. He was truly struck by this unexpected news. The embarrassed princess hastily promised to explain all the circumstances. The man exclaimed that he refused to listen any further, since the king's daughter was involved in such a shameful intrigue. He insisted that Rev immediately break off his engagement to Carlyle. Despair gripped the story. The girl walked leisurely down the corridor of the academy, filled with determination to never forgive Julius. Her memory flashed back to the harsh words of her father, who had banished her from the castle until she corrected this regrettable mistake. Historia exclaimed that this was simply terrible. She could not understand why she should humiliate herself in front of Julius and try to restore the relationship. It also occurred to her that Julius was acting very differently from his usual self. Suddenly she remembered how he had picked her up after the competition. The girl suddenly blushed as she suddenly realized where her thoughts had taken her. She waved her hands in confusion, not understanding what was happening to her. History feverishly convinced herself, no, she wasn't thinking about him at all, and in general, she was much taller than that. The princess finally understood how to take advantage of her father's advice. She decided that it was time to embarrass Julia. If he was really only attracted to her beauty, then, in her opinion, it would be easier to educate him than to restrain or limit him. She was ready for any surprises. The girl resolutely burst into the office and loudly asked if Julius was there. She entered the office and saw Eliza, who had asked Julius to explain the topic because she was having trouble figuring it out on her own. The guys in the office exclaimed in delight, imagining how charming Eliza was. She was a surprisingly cute half-elf. Bensmart was also present. She enthusiastically talked about how unusual the school was. She admitted that she was gradually coming to like the place. The guys loudly exclaimed that Venom was still striking in her beauty. It seemed that she surpassed all possible standards of attractiveness. Venom hugged Julius, reminding him that lunch would soon be over, and it was time to head to the dining hall. Julius only grimaced in response. The boy noted that the girl was already completely accustomed to the academy, because in her past life, she had been the Demon Queen. The students around them enviously watched them with looks full of dark envy. Eliza timidly asked to join their company. Meanwhile, Princess Historia stood aside, indignantly wondering who these mysterious girls were. A thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps they were another of her rivals. The princess couldn't understand how this guy had managed to gather a whole group of women around him. Meanwhile, Venoma kept up the pace, telling the guy that she had cooked the food herself today and could give it to him with her. Because the woman was a wonderful cook, the princess found herself on the floor, certain of her defeat. Looking at Venom and Eliza, she realized these charming girls were able to win Julius's favor before her. She was deeply saddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, everyone else was already dispersing to begin dinner. Julius brought out the sumptuous meal he had prepared and set it on the table. Venom took a bite and immediately remarked with delight, the taste was simply incredible. Compared to the sandwiches prepared by the master, the dishes created by his compatriots seemed to him to be complete rubbish. Eliza also did not hold back her delight, adding that it was a real culinary masterpiece. The girls continued to chew with smiles on their faces, enthusiastically assuring each other, Julius is a true cook from God. There is no better one in the whole world. The guide laughed merrily in response, saying that if they were saying that, then there was no other truth to be found. He said that if this guy was a real hero, then it wouldn't cost him anything to cook such a delicacy in an instant. She even lost her will to fight. This really shocked Julius. He couldn't imagine that an ordinary sandwich could instantly extinguish the ardor of a real warrior. Eliza wondered if Venom was really the Demon Queen. Venom smiled broadly and put her hands behind her head. She mockingly asked what Eliza could be so sure of. In addition, Venom boasted that she was able to create real chaos in the dining room in a matter of seconds. At this moment, Julius intervened, urging her to refrain from such actions. Eliza admitted that it was indeed so, and that she was that huge dragon. Venom, enjoying each dish, exclaimed with delight that the taste was so incredible that all her thoughts were filled only with these treats. Eliza turned to the boy worriedly and asked who he really was, if he could summon the Demon Queen herself. In response, the boy only smiled calmly. Julius noted, he was nothing more than an ordinary person, but also something ordinary. Eliza looked into his eyes with a smile, and, laughing lightly, replied that in reality, he was the one who was still a mystery. Venom turned to her and asked if Eliza had ever tried to poke her nose into other people's business. Eliza immediately brushed it off and assured her that such things had never even crossed her mind. She crossed her arms sweetly over her chest and smiling declared that she didn't care who Julius was. For her, the most important thing was their friendship. That was enough to make her happy. At that moment, Julius froze in surprise. The boy, having whispered excitedly that they were friends, quietly reached out and squeezed Eliza's hand tightly. It was the first time for him. He had never had any real friends in his life. He sincerely thanked Elise, and then assured her that he definitely wanted to be her friend. The girl was surprised by such openness, but admitted that she was also happy to continue their communication. The teacher appeared in the dining room. She called Mr. Carlyle, asking if he was present. The teacher announced that the young man was being summoned to see the rector of the academy. At first, Julius thought it was him they were calling, but a moment later Gaius rose quickly from his seat. With a self-confident smile, Gaius declared that he understood everything perfectly. Then Julius turned to his brother and asked if they were really talking about him. He straightened his hair and boldly declared that whenever the headmaster summoned a Carlyle to this academy, it was always him. The boy gave his brother, Julius, a sly look and a mocking smile. The teacher, stopping in the aisle with a slight smile, objected. In fact, she didn't need Guy, but Julia. This news struck Eliza. She did not hide her surprise. Gaius burst out shouting at his brother, unable to contain his irritation. Julius seemed to be warmly pleased with himself, and not even thinking of hiding this pleasure. Uli apologized to his brother, got up from the table and headed for the exit. His brother followed, wondering how unexpected this summons to the director had been. Uli asked the teacher with doubt what he could have done wrong. The woman apologized to him, noting that she herself did not know why the boy was called. Yulia was sinking deeper and deeper into his own thoughts. Although it was far from his first day here, restlessness accompanied him almost at every step. On the way to the academy director's office, he was suddenly overcome by some inexplicable feeling of anxiety. After descending several flights of stairs, they finally reached the right floor. After walking down a long corridor, the teacher stopped at the door, turned around, and allowed Julius to enter. The young man replied that he understood everything, after which he slowly approached the door. After knocking carefully several times, Julius apologized and introduced himself. The door opened, and the director invited the boy in. When Julius and Nora entered the room, the girl, noticing something on the wall, immediately screamed in fear. Julius was also surprised, but he kept his cool and reacted calmly. The principal glanced at his guests, then turned to the frightened teacher and asked what had happened. In response, Julius pointed to the wall and said that there was a cute lizard sitting there. The man smiled at Julia's warm words about the animal. He mentally noted that it was a good joke, considering Nora's condition. In fact, the lizard turned out to be a real green dragon. The director noted that such dragons are one of the rarest creatures in this world. The dragon opened its mouth fiercely. A terrible monster with strong scales, sharp claws, and fangs, which releases furious fire from its mouth, is truly terrifying. Anyone who has seen this creature at least once was simply speechless with admiration and fear. The director had never heard it called cute. Julius remarked that this was a real miracle, a lizard capable of evoking such strong feelings. In response, the director laughed, admitting that Julius really had a funny disposition. The man introduced himself as Itsilis and added that he was the principal of this school. He sincerely apologized to Julius for unexpectedly inviting him here. Julius decided that he had finally met the director in person. The young man said that he completely understood. He had probably been invited here on some business. The director laughed and asked in surprise if the boy really thought so. In response, Julius admitted that he was just trying to live a quiet life, so the call came as a complete surprise to him. The director, still smiling, lifted his handkerchief and took an object from the table. Raising his hand with the object, he asked Julius if he recognized it. The young man thought for a moment, then suggested that it might be some kind of junk. The headmaster hesitated a bit, but eventually agreed, clarifying that the item was part of a magic measuring device. Later, the man noticed that it seemed that it was Yule who had caused real chaos here and destroyed all the equipment. Yule was horrified. He realized that this was really his handiwork. After a while, Eliza stopped next to the boy, asking in surprise if he really had to go alone to the dungeon under the school right away. Julius scratched the back of his head in confusion and explained that it was the director's order. He wanted the boy to demonstrate his strength. There was no other way out, because the measuring device had just broken. Eliza was glowing with excitement. She eagerly asked what Julius's plans were, and if he had heard anything about this dungeon. The boy replied that he knew nothing about the place. Someone laughed nearby. Turning around, Julius saw his brother Gaius. The latter, smiling wryly, remarked that, as they say, his older brother really remained ignorant and stupid. After that, Guy told us that under the academy, there is a real labyrinth, which stretches deep underground. In the dungeon, there is a magical cave, which was captured by monsters long ago. No researcher managed to return from there unharmed, so the entrance here remained locked for many years. This part of the academy was strictly forbidden to everyone for a long time. Guy laughed, noting that the director had done a good job too. Being sent to such a place was like being sentenced to death. And yet, if his brother had apologized to him, Guy might have taken it as a touching consolation and shown mercy by extending a helping hand. Julius interlaced his fingers and listened intently to every word his younger brother spoke to him. He finally understood what the director meant and quietly remarked that now everything was clear to him. After that, Julius, smiling, turned around and waved goodbye to his brother. He suggested that if that was the case, then let Julius go there, and they would definitely meet again. Gaius indignantly asked if Julius had even listened to what he was telling him. Julius was convinced that his brother had no idea he was in prison. He laughed briefly and said that his little brother was incredibly sweet and seemed to have a real addiction to his older brother. When Julius finally descended, a stone door appeared before his eyes, on which a red pentagram burned brightly. It couldn't mean anything else. Julius came closer and said calmly, he was the very entrance inside. The young man looked around, remembering that the heroes of the lodge liked to descend into such dungeons. Perhaps in a past life he himself had not avoided such adventures. Suddenly a small venom appeared before him, his expression clearly displeased. The demon queen immediately suspected that this Isurus was up to something sinister. Julia was genuinely surprised to hear that Venom didn't have to accompany him at all. But Venom just shrugged it off and said that he couldn't leave his master, because a servant had to be by his side at all times. She winked at Eula, reassuring the boy that there was nothing to worry about, that she wasn't going to bother him. Eula smiled in return and noted that the director didn't mind a little support. Julius explained that their goal was to reach the very end of the maze. It was there that they were to find special items that would prove that they had completed the journey. Taking a step forward, the boy admitted that he hadn't been to such places for a long time, and even felt a little nervous. Venom supported him, happily noting that she was happy for the owner's happiness. Soon the first obstacle appeared on the way. From the depths of the forest, a crowd of monsters with wooden clubs jumped out. Goblins, without a doubt. Julius immediately noticed. These creatures were full of wild power. At first the armed crowd burst into laughter, and then, shouting loudly and disgustingly, they rushed to the attack. Julius rushed towards them, shouting that they had started the fight unexpectedly. But he defeated them instantly, as if by a bolt of lightning. Having dealt with all his opponents, Julius spread his hands in surprise. He asked if that was all that could stand in his way. Venom confirmed that it was. Venom also emphasized that the power gap leaves the monsters no chance. They immediately lose their thirst for victory, and it is much easier for him to defeat them. She added that he is a true hero, with no one even close to equaling him. Julius remained indifferent to all the compliments. At first he just rolled his eyes, then stared straight ahead and said that he still had a bad feeling about this matter. A few steps ahead, a new enemy appeared in front of them, far more dangerous than any of the previous ones. It was a black-armored, headless horseman with an impressive level 50. Julius remained calm and stood still. When the rider jumped towards him, he struck his opponent on the head with his sword with all his strength, but the blade suddenly split in half. Then the events unfolded according to the already familiar scenario, as it was with the goblins. Julius, using his sorcery, instantly dissolved the rider into non-existence. After the explosion, they moved deeper into the labyrinth without hesitation. The further Julius and Venom advanced, the more powerful their enemies became. After meeting the rider, they had to fight off several stone golems, whose level had already reached the 70 mark. After that, it was the turn of a level 75 hellbird, several level 80 gargoyles, and even the harpy queen Embestrol, whose level was already over 90. They all fell after a single blow. Moving on, Julius said with boredom that all this was a complete banality. Venom enthusiastically asked the hero not to say such things. Julius only noted that the level of monsters here was far too low. The boy remarked that he didn't think Vera had ever come face to face with a real monster. The demon queen added that sometimes heroes were too powerful, and it was probably a shame that she wasn't around right now. Julius wondered why Venom thought this was bad. The girl explained that all monsters were originally created by the Demon King's magic, and that's where they drew their power from. After his defeat, it took the demons 2,000 years to recover. During this long time, people have not changed for the better in any way. And then suddenly Venom notices a staircase in front of him. The young man looked at her in surprise, and then with a smile admitted that he was very happy that she was showing him the way. However, he was suddenly interested in how she navigated. Venom asked in response why he was so interested. Suddenly, I was asked if the boy really hadn't noticed anything yet. She called this place a castle. After all, this school was built on lands that once belonged to the king. Yule was surprised, and then his first steps on the way to the director's office flashed through his memory. Now it became clear to him why, looking at the academy, he felt such a strong sense of déjà vu. This school resembled a creepy demonic castle recreated in a new form. But why did they do this? 2,000 years had passed, and he had no idea what had prompted people to make such decisions back then. Venom noticed that for her, this maze was like her own garden. Suddenly, the girl warned of a trap ahead. Julius also noticed it, and sincerely thanked the queen. Julius wondered how he could thank the queen for such generosity. The girl winked at him slyly and advised that the best way to thank her would be to give her good praise. The long corridors finally ended, and they stepped into a spacious hall decorated with a mosaic of multicolored tiles. Just in the middle stood a pedestal on which lay some shining object. Julius asked in surprise what kind of room this was. Venom also couldn't hide his surprise, but his gaze was fixed on the extremely beautiful stone floating in the air. Julius and Venom moved closer, and the young man reached for the stone. He decided to take it with him, but first he asked the Demon Queen for permission. The girl nodded, saying with a smile that it would be a wonderful souvenir from these places. Julius was examining the jewel carefully when suddenly changes began to occur in the room. The floor beneath his feet suddenly shook, and looking around, Julius was confused and tried to understand what was happening. A clenched fist thudded on the table. A man's voice, echoing throughout the room, asked indignantly what had occurred to his accuser. To them, it really seemed like an absolutely incredible, impossible thing. The man was insatiable and kept asking how the principal could send the students to such a dangerous place. Finally, he asked what action the principal himself was going to take. The director remained stubbornly silent, searching for the right words in his head. The man, unable to bear the tension, leaned forward impatiently and loudly called his name. To cool the men's ardor a little, Izaris opened a small drawer in his desk and took out an object wrapped in a handkerchief. With a gesture of his hand, he invited the audience to pay attention to this object. Iser explained that it was a fragment of some magical thing. The masters of magic in this world were powerless to break it, but Julius still managed to break the mysterious object, despite all obstacles. The men couldn't believe their eyes. They were filled with questions and amazement, trying to figure out how it all happened. The director explained that they had to first make sure of the quality of the materials. Later, someone from the company asked if the director had really sent that guy to the basement. After all, no one had ever come back from there alive. Suddenly, a bright pentagram flashed before everyone, radiating incredible power and blinding light. Everyone froze, turned around at the sound of this radiance, and stared in amazement at the mysterious sight. No one could understand what exactly this sorcery was, but everyone around felt its incredible power. Fear literally permeated the crowd, and someone shouted in fright that it was too dangerous. They had to disperse immediately. To everyone's surprise, only Julius emerged from the pentagram, as if from a portal. The boy stepped forward and noticed the stunned looks directed at him. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. Julius shielded his eyes from the bright light and noticed that quite a few men had gathered here. Venom, who was standing nearby, suggested that perhaps some kind of celebration was being held in this place. Several men raised a fuss, indignant that Julius had spoken to them so rudely. They pounced with curiosity, asking how this boy had ended up here in the first place. Julius, remaining calm, replied casually, "It was all thanks to the art of displacement." Everyone was even more surprised when they heard about the magic of movement. No one could understand how such a thing was possible, because in this world, such a thing is considered impossible, especially since it happened to a child. Julius calmly explained that he was too lazy to walk back, so he used magic. The people in robes were surprised. In their world, they said, no one possessed such magic. Julius jokingly added that this kind of magic was especially useful at night when you had to go to the restroom. The director, smiling, asked the boy how everything had gone. Suddenly the men burst out laughing, noticing that the boy had returned empty-handed. They were frankly amused that the young man had failed to handle the adventurer's stone. Yulei suddenly put his hands in his pockets and realized that it was some kind of stone. Venom immediately reminded the boy that they were discussing the exact same object that they had taken from the previous room. The young man immediately remembered the vibrations that had shaken the room and understood what was going on. Putting his hand in his back pocket, he announced that he had managed to find something in the next room. Julius pulled out a small gem, which immediately flashed with a bright light. He wondered if this was what those people were talking about. They could not believe that they were holding a real adventure stone, and that the boy himself possessed such powerful magical reserves. Some of the men began to throw up their hands, wondering how this stone was supposed to be guarded by sacred creatures. They couldn't understand how an ordinary schoolboy had managed to get hold of it. Julius thought for a moment and remembered. As soon as he lifted the stone, the ground beneath him suddenly shook. One of the walls crumbled into small fragments. As it turned out, by the mysterious sacred beast, they meant the three-headed wolf that appeared in the room as soon as Julius removed the stone from the pedestal. The man rushed at Julius, exclaiming that he was talking about a sacred three-headed beast named Cerberus. He also emphasized that the probability of its appearance here was 100%. Yulia laughed and said she understood everything. It turned out that the men were telling him about the dog that had rolled over onto its back and started cuddling affectionately. They couldn't believe that the boy had managed to subdue the sacred beast. Then Julius said that he wanted to take the beast with him, but Venom flatly refused. They said that with this creature you would only cause more trouble. Julius continued his story. In that room he found only a dog and a shimmering stone. However, after a minute he managed to stumble upon a hidden door that led to a secret room. The men murmured in amazement, remembering that the wall from which the stone was taken was called Urshalcum. It is the strongest material in the world. Had he managed to break it? Julius, raising his index finger, noted with a smile that this was no problem for him. Armed with his sword, the boy effortlessly smashed the wall. All the listeners instantly froze, losing all emotion on their faces, except for one. What Julius was telling them plunged them into deep shock and seemed something incredible, something that could not be true. Julius noticed that as soon as he managed to make his way through the narrow passage to the mysterious room, many fascinating details opened before his eyes. Julius just shrugged, admitting that he couldn't imagine how he would manage to take everything his heart desired. There were indeed many jewels around, from which it was difficult to take his eyes off. That's why Julius didn't choose anything in particular. After thinking for a while, he decided to put everything away. Opening the magic gates, he put everything inside. Essentially, it was a spatial magic technique that allowed him to create a portal. Seeing the suspicion in their eyes, Venom decided to immediately demonstrate this ability to them to dispel any doubts. Julius was well aware that such a powerful flow would only confuse those who were unable to understand the situation. He agreed with Ben and showed off all the jewels hidden in the secret room. The men rushed to the artifacts, feverishly sorting through the trophies. Among them shone a magic ball containing endless reserves of power, and the legendary sword Levantin, true treasures of the highest SSS rank. In short, it was a whole collection of rare and powerful things. Julius looked at Venom in surprise. He had no idea that such things could be found among trophies. Venom noted that 2,000 years ago these items were not as rare as they are now. Julius, bowing his head slightly, turned to the men again, affectionately calling them uncles. He wondered why they were so surprised by this whole situation. Almost simultaneously, they all stretched their hands forward, pointing their fingers at Yule. In unison, they asked how one could remain unmoved when faced with such a rare phenomenon in their world. The school principal, remaining at his desk, silently watched everything that was happening. All this commotion only made him smile, and later laugh out loud. When Julius finished his work in the office, he joined his friends. Seeing Eliza, he handed her some sheets of paper. The girl looked at the papers with admiration, noting that the guy had managed to return from there alive and unharmed. In addition to all this, the boy was also able to take with him an impressive pile of treasures, and also received a written decree according to which he is now officially considered a special student of the academy. Julius confirmed that everything was happening exactly as Eliza had said. After that, he asked if the status of a special student really caused such admiration here. Eliza was quite surprised that the boy was completely unaware of his new privileges. From now on, he could get an education for free, and he also got the right to pass all the exams first. Students of this level are the real stars of the academy. Every year, only one academician is chosen from among all the candidates, and this time, Julius was awarded this honor. Eliza still couldn't believe it all, watching the boy sip his tea with an impassive look. Venom sat down next to him, no longer in her school uniform, but in her usual clothes. The girl smiled gently and noted that no one had any doubts. Julius would definitely become such a student. Julius turned to her and noticed that he could see her genuine happiness. Venom broke off a piece of her dessert and said with a smile that she was glad that the boy's abilities had survived even after 2,000 years. Eliza still couldn't take her fascinated gaze off Julius. Venom calmly ate his dessert, remarking enthusiastically how delicious it was. Suddenly, Eliza noticed that Julius had changed incredibly. Once he had been a recluse and completely indifferent to anyone around him, the young man confidently declared. Standing before him was the same Julius he had known before. Suddenly, a genuine interest seized him. It turned out that memories of the past had still been partially preserved, despite the reincarnation. However, the situation remained far from safe. Most people could not understand Julius when he was first transferred. He seemed to everyone to be someone eccentric and mysterious. The young man leaned back in his chair and thought, what kind of person was this Julius? It would be interesting to meet him, although it would hardly change anything. The young man looked away, once again thinking about how much time had passed. Once, 2,000 years ago, his life had been completely different, full of worries and vivid experiences, not at all as calm as it was now. Yet, despite all this, there was almost complete desolation all around. The ground was littered with the bodies of both fallen monsters and adventurers. The night stretched on, becoming heavier and darker than ever before. The darkness seemed even thicker. Everything has changed. Now he sits calmly in the fresh air with a cup of tea in his hands. An ordinary 15-year-old boy who no longer worries about how he will survive until the next day. The world is thriving every day. The city streets are bustling with life, and happy townspeople are happily strolling, occasionally having lively conversations with each other. Back then, there was no such peace and quiet. Now, true harmony reigned, and people felt a great deal of joy and pleasure, each in their own way. Julius looked around his companions, raised his cup, and noted with a smile that the atmosphere around him was full of genuine joy. He thought it was incredibly cool. Julius also remarked that he felt a strange peace here. He really felt good in this place. Alice asked what Julius was talking about, and added that a similar atmosphere prevailed everywhere now. The young man closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of the street flowers, and admitted that perhaps Eliza was right. But suddenly one extremely important detail flashed in his memory. The young man begins to remember the incredible variety of creatures that once inhabited this planet. He has to hide the truth about where all the monsters have gone in all this time. Eliza laughed, noting that they were only gone for so long because they had all been destroyed. She also added that the boy should have listened more carefully in history class. The young man looked again into the distance, where the lush green, abundantly covered with blossoms, shone the crowns of the trees. He sighed lightly, and summing up what he had seen said, "In times of peace it is truly wonderful to live." A silhouette appeared on the horizon, someone confidently walking in their direction. The guys, as if sensing something bad, turned in that direction in confusion. A man's figure, carrying something bulky in his hands, moved leisurely between the tables. A youthful voice was heard, someone claiming to know absolutely everything. It turned out to be Gaius, Julius's younger brother. Gaius felt depressed and held a large object in his hands. The thing was tightly wrapped and carefully tied all around. Gaius was seething with anger. He was convinced that Julius had taken away his title of best student. Julius smiled and noted that he had not chosen this path of his own free will. If G had wanted it, his brother would have yielded to him without hesitation. Guy placed the object on the ground, and it immediately made a characteristic metallic clank. The young man angrily remarked that Julius was constantly making a fool of him, although in reality this was not the case at all. Guy angrily declared that he would never forgive his older brother for such behavior. Immediately after that, grabbing the wrapper, he began to tear it to pieces in anger. Alice and Venom watched Guy's actions in confusion. The elf immediately understood what her younger brother Julia was going for. She opened her eyes wide and then, catching her breath excitedly, spoke about the strange object he was holding in his hands. She excitedly noted that this exhibit was kept in the museum under close supervision. However, the protective wrappings kept falling to the floor, and soon the object appeared outside. While Julius watched in amazement as what was about to appear before his eyes, Eliza barely contained her excitement, and instantly exclaimed that this was the legendary sword that Guy was already holding firmly in his hands. Gaius was deeply shocked by his brother's action. Someone in the crowd was loudly indignant, hurling a reproach at Gaius. They said that it was simply impossible to behave like this, because one cannot be at enmity with one's brother. Gaius gave a stern order to everyone to be silent. His gaze focused on Julia. He challenged her to a duel. His hands tightened their grip on the hilt of the legendary Thunderbolt sword. Guy was certain. All he had to do was defeat his older brother, and he would immediately regain his rightful place among the Academy's chosen students. Julius remained completely unmoved. He calmly stretched out his hand and turned to Gaius, assuring him that all this was meaningless. His older brother was already ready to give up this place to Gaius. Gaius became furious, wondering how much longer Julius intended to consider him a child. With a scowl and a contemptuous grimace, he challenged his brother to prepare for battle. A mighty roar of thunder erupted from the sword and rushed straight towards Julius. The elder brother remained motionless, calmly waiting for the thunder to reach him. At that moment, Guy suddenly appeared, swinging his sword. But you calmly dodged without even taking your hands out of your pockets. Such ease only emphasized your advantage over your opponent. Julius jerked his head sharply. Eliza's breath caught in her throat from excitement. It seemed to her that the movement was lightning fast. But still, the smile on his face did not fade. Diaz assured him that it was far from over. After that, he dealt several more devastating blows. Julius's eyes widened, amazed by the incredible properties of this legendary sword. This saber contained the power of thunder and lightning. It now moved with incredible speed, as swift as the flash of lightning itself. Julius was well aware that Gaius would never be able to keep up with him. Guy loudly exclaimed that now Julia would have to answer for everything he had done during their training at the academy. Eliza, overcome with anxiety, screamed, begging Julia to be careful. At one point, when Guy was about to strike again, Julius calmly caught the sword blade in flight. He calmly said only, "Oh, sorry." Everyone froze in shock, even the Demon Queen Venom, who continued to leisurely sip her tea amidst the chaos. Guy couldn't help but exclaim that this was simply impossible. A smile appeared on Julius's face, and he slowly turned around. He noted that this time Gaius was moving much faster. Gaius was shocked. He couldn't believe how Julius had managed to deal with the attack so easily, because now his movements were like lightning. Julius just smiled, and then, deciding to joke, declared that he was also lightning. Dai became even angrier and growled at Julius to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly there was a shout, someone loudly declaring that he had finally found what he was looking for. Both brothers turned to see a fat man shouting angrily, accusing Gaius of barbarity and daring to steal his sword. Guy tried to justify himself, insisting that the man should understand him correctly, and was ready to explain everything in detail. But the man angrily called Guy closer again, not letting his anger subside. Julius just smiled and calmly urged everyone to remain calm. The man glanced at him intently and adjusted his glasses. He recognized the young man. He was the same special student. He immediately rushed to Yule with a broad smile, declaring that he understood everything now. The man hastened to assure him that nothing terrible had happened, adding that the boy could have simply asked him directly. He waved to the boys and advised them to warn him in advance next time so he wouldn't chase in vain. The man disappeared around the corner, leaving the brothers in complete amazement. They never understood what had happened. Julius turned to Guy, grinning and holding up 2 fingers. The older brother jokingly remarked that Guy was extremely lucky, because it was thanks to his intervention that the boy had avoided a considerable amount of trouble. Guy admitted with irritation that this was what he disliked most about his brother. Julius tried to calm him down again, and advised him to go and try some cake. Venom, watching the boys, did not hide his admiration, and noted how friendly they were with each other. The director stood by the window, carefully observing everything that was happening on the street at that moment. He saw clearly how Julius easily dealt with his brother, without even making any special effort. He squinted his eyes slightly, then clapped his hands together sharply. At the same moment, various sounds were heard behind him, as if invisible people had suddenly appeared there. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Behind the principal, several young people in school uniforms suddenly appeared. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, like light bulbs. The boys immediately turned to their manager, wondering if he had called them. The director, without taking his eyes off the window, began to address the group of boys who had just arrived. He solemnly remarked that his prophecy had indeed come true. And at that very moment, the disciples, one by one, began to shed their disguises, transforming into veritable monsters. The director solemnly announced that their moment of glory had finally arrived. It was time to demonstrate true power and strength. Everything had to go flawlessly and precisely, as planned. The director burst into a sincere smile and announced that this boy was the same reincarnated one. All that remained was to demonstrate his abilities to him and finally take revenge. After all the events that had happened, Julius returned home. Several maids were already waiting for him on the threshold, bowing to their master as a sign of respect. They delicately announced that dinner was already served and invited the master to go into the dining room. Julius, feeling incredibly hungry, instantly changed clothes and hurried to dinner. His parents came out to meet him. They stood up and beamed with happy smiles. The father solemnly exclaimed that their son was a real good boy. The mother supported her husband, adding that the boy was the real pride of their family. Julius could not help but be surprised at how quickly the atmosphere at home had changed. Now he was everywhere honored, both at the academy and in his own home. He turned to the boy who was sitting sullenly at the table. The father approached Guy, wanting to encourage him. He put his hand on his son's shoulder and assured him that there was no need to be upset because their eldest son was a real role model. Julius decided that dinner had long since begun without him. Moreover, they hadn't even bothered to leave a seat for him at the table, so he had to drag an extra chair over himself. And the worst part was that these two were his parents. The younger brother, Gaius, is a true embodiment of talent, but the elder, Julius, is considered by everyone to be completely worthless. Why he is treated with such contempt, no one even tries to understand. However, after the reincarnation, the question haunts me. Where did this strange hostility towards Julius come from? Was it really that he had to endure this humiliating treatment for all 15 years of his life? Julius decided to ignore it and immediately asked what his parents were talking about. In response, he instantly caught two intense looks on his face. The father asked the young man what he was doing here. At first, Yuli didn't quite understand the point, but later he calmly replied that he was just having dinner. He smiled broadly and said that they were one family. This was exactly how a family should behave, Julius thought. But suddenly the man abruptly, with ominous intonations, declared that Julius was not their child. Yuli's face instantly darkened. What he said sounded painfully cruel and devastating. At that moment, he remembered his grandfather, a man who had always shown him warmth and care. The man never tired of admiring Gaius, admitting that he was genuinely surprised when he received the letter from the academy. Being a special student is an outstanding achievement, and Gaius truly deserves it. The father assured him that he had no doubts about his youngest son. He trusted him completely. These words struck Julius. He raised his head from his plate in surprise, trying to understand what was happening here. The father was beaming with happiness, enthusiastically emphasizing, "Guy is clearly a member of their family, and now this name will resound throughout the world." His mother laughed softly and gracefully, noting that she was already making plans for the near future. Guy gritted his teeth, trying with all his might to hide the excitement and shame that was bubbling up inside him. Suddenly, Gaius made himself known loudly, as if he wanted attention. "That's not true at all," he objected, adding this specifically so that everyone would understand. The young man, according to him, had not become a special student at the academy. The father stared at his youngest son in surprise, trying to figure out what all this meant. The mother joined in the questioning. She also couldn't figure out what kind of mistake he was talking about. The father confidently declared that he had undoubtedly seen Carlyle's name on the list. Suddenly, the maid entered the room and addressed the master, informing him that a letter had arrived from the academy. The man asked for it to be brought into the living room. Taking the sealed letter in his hands, he held it up and declared to Gaius that this letter was proof of everything he and his mother had talked about. He added that they had even been sent a letter with material confirmation. Julius, distracted from his meal, glanced at the letter and calmly declared that it was his. The father turned sharply in irritation and asked what exactly Julius had said. Julius, looking at the man in surprise, calmly repeated, he was the one who would become a special student of the academy. Mother and father rushed to their eldest son, reprimanding him. With such grades, he shouldn't even be thinking about academic titles. Mom whispered to Dad that Julius had suddenly become too indulgent. Dad agreed that it was indeed strange, then slowly unfolded the letter and added that it was probably from Guy. When they began to read the letter, their first words were filled with disbelief. This simply couldn't be happening. Both parents froze motionless, stunned by what was written. But it did say that the school had singled out Julius von Carliel as a special student. His father assured him that this was definitely some kind of unfortunate mistake. The father slowly said that in that case there was only one conclusion. It turns out that Gaius was worse than Julia. The younger son suddenly jumped up and darted out of their shared dining room. Night had long since fallen outside. Gaius had not yet had dinner and had shut himself up in his room, alone, away from the world. The young man sat on the bed, his knees drawn up to his chest and his arms tightly around them. The boy's face remained surprisingly pale from the emotional turmoil he had experienced in recent weeks. He could not understand what was so special about this title. He remained seated, then suddenly cursed sharply. It seemed to dawn on him. Just a few days ago, his brother had become a person he could hardly recognize. Julius's behavior had changed beyond recognition. After all, his brother had always been quiet and withdrawn since he was a little boy. Those around him only mocked the boy, pointed fingers at him, and contemptuously repeated, "Nonsense!" It was at that moment that the parents had finally made their choice and understood who they would pin their hopes on to continue their noble lineage. From a young age, his father had repeated that Guy would in no way repeat the mistakes of his foolish brother. They sincerely believed that it was Gaius who would become the true heir to the family and increase its glory. And now Gaius recalled with amazement how unlike himself he had been in childhood. Even in their childhood, when they sat together and played with toys, this boy had felt no animosity towards his brother. It was then that he said something to Julius. Guy, leaning towards his younger brother, smiled warmly and confidently assured him he would definitely become strong and cool. Those words sank deeply into the young man's soul, because he sincerely believed that from now on, their lives would change radically. Suddenly the boy stood up resolutely, his small fists clenched tightly. He declared that right now he was ready to defend his older brother and warn everyone. He would not let anyone hurt him. Julius, as always reserved in his words, at first only raised his eyebrows in surprise, but then his young face brightened with a warm smile. He looked at his brother and silently supported his opinion. Since childhood, Julius was close to Gaius. They always played together. And even if the younger brother was wrong, Julius stood by him. When Gaius was in a bad mood, the brothers would fall asleep next to each other, sharing the same bed. He was his beloved brother. But one day everything suddenly turned upside down. On a cold winter morning, when the boy was only 5 years old, a fateful event occurred. He still remembers that day well. Then the whole family set off for the mountains. The guards relaxed noticeably, as they were sure that there were no monsters around. However, at that very moment, disaster struck. Everyone was already exhausted by the piercing cold. Their strength was quickly leaving them. Suddenly, a huge, ugly bear appeared ahead, which in its fury tore several of the family's guards to pieces. Ahead, on the ground, lay the bodies of people who had died at the hands of the bear. The boy, seized with terror, rushed to his older brother, nervously tugging at his sleeve and begging for help in confusion, for he had no idea what to do next. The bear noticed 2 boys nearby and rushed towards them, letting out a piercing roar. When he was very close, one of the brothers burst into tears from fright and, sobbing, began to beg his brother by name. By then he had already resigned himself to their inevitable demise. He realized that they were just helpless children, unable to change anything in this situation. But suddenly something completely unexpected happened. Julius suddenly jumped up and deftly jumped onto the bear's back, grabbing its head firmly with one hand. And the next moment the eldest son swung his hand and with furious force tore off the monster's head. The god was shocked to the core. He fell to his knees, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The bear was clearly defeated. Its headless body immediately collapsed helplessly onto the cold, snowy ground. Guy only had time to notice how the blood that had spilled on the ground instantly froze, turning into bloody ice. His body was seized with trembling and horror, and he, barely finding words, asked his brother what exactly had just happened. At that moment, Julius finally turned to him and broke the long silence. The older brother smiled broadly and asked if everything was okay with Guy and if he had suffered any harm. Guy couldn't take his eyes off his brother, his mouth hanging open. The tears on his cheeks were already turning into ice cubes. Against the backdrop of all this, Julius seemed to him like a real fairy tale prince from a children's story. For the boy, his older brother became a real hero, no matter what others said about him at the time. It seemed that he was the only one who saw in his brother the true strength and talents that no one else around him noticed. As soon as Julius did this, he was suddenly overcome by dizziness and fell unconscious. Gaius quickly rushed to his brother, overcome with anxiety, and began to beg him to come to his senses. When everyone saw this, Guy was immediately proclaimed a hero. After all, he was the one who had dealt with the bear. But his brother, as before, remained in complete obscurity, unknown to anyone. But only Gaius was able to see his real brother Julius, and realized that he had been hiding his true abilities from everyone all this time. But why did he do it? Suddenly there was a knock on Gaius's room door. Guy raised his head in confusion when he suddenly heard Julius's voice from behind the door. His older brother wondered if Guy had fallen asleep yet. Such a late visit surprised the boy quite a bit. Guy exclaimed in surprise, asking what Julius was doing here. The older brother only smiled slyly, and without saying a word, began to lift the tray of food that was on the maid's small cart. Julia noticed that the boy couldn't even eat properly, so she decided to cook him a meal. In other words, a special dinner from his older brother, delivered straight to his room. Guy muttered irritably that he didn't need these exhausting conversations at all, and then asked Julius to leave. The older brother didn't give up. He persistently convinced Guy, emphasizing that he had put his efforts and sincere love into all this. Guy pushed himself off the bed and, staggering, slowly made his way to the door. Sighing heavily, he wondered why Julius was disturbing his peace. Through the wooden door to the room, Gaius heard Julius think for a moment, choosing his words. Finally, with a smile, Julius said that Gaius was his younger brother. Despite all the hopes placed on him, Guy still decided to hide his older brother's true power. Now the younger one could only train hard to eventually reach his level. However, everyone around him stubbornly considered his brother a failure, not even suspecting what he was truly capable of. Perhaps Julius deliberately hid his talents so as not to be the center of attention. When such thoughts arose in Guy, he would be filled with anger. However, despite all this, Julia suddenly began to reveal her true potential to everyone, and even gained the status of a special student. The silent brother who had been pretending to be nothing had finally decided to reveal himself. These words kept echoing in Guy's mind until he slammed his fists on the door with all his might. With indignation in his voice, the boy declared that he hated Julius because his older brother constantly misled him. Julius remained at the door, frozen in bewilderment with a look of surprise on his face, completely unaware of what was happening. This saddened him, because in recent days Julius had been tirelessly trying to reconcile with his brother, was ready to continue sacrificing his own attention and giving him everything he had. The older brother sighed and said that he would leave the food by the door. He, of course, hoped to talk, but he understood that the conversation would not work out. Julius also advised him to eat everything before the dish got cold. Julius headed away, disappearing into the depths of the corridor. O waved lightly after him, bidding farewell to his brother. Gaius lingered a little longer by the door, listening to distant footsteps disappearing into the silence. When Julius left, Gaius could be heard coming out of his room in the hallway. He glanced at the cart, carefully lifting the lid off the tray. There was only one dish and a spoon, but this dish looked extremely appetizing. A crispy crust of dough wrapped around the filling, and on top of everything was complemented by a delicate sauce, which was also generously poured over the pie itself. Guy could not understand what was so special about it. Gaius snorted and mentally promised himself never to eat it. However, later the young man wondered. Perhaps Julius had managed to prepare the dish quite well, and was there any reason to complain at all? Carefully lifting the spoon, he tried to break off a piece as quietly as possible, standing right in the middle of the hallway. Inside was a hot filling of fried rice and vegetables, the dish still steaming. Guy slowly raised the spoon to his lips, opening his mouth slowly. He was still trying to convince himself that he was eating this purely out of curiosity, to see how Julius cooked. The young man slowly began to chew his food, savoring every nuance and subtle aroma he could catch from the spoonful of the dish. Suddenly, tears rolled down his cheeks, and unable to hold back his emotions, he said that it was incredibly delicious. The boy knelt down in front of the food cart, and muttering under his breath, never tired of admiring, repeating over and over again how divine and exquisite the dish his older brother had prepared was. Venom heard a noise in the hallway and called out to Julia. The girl looked around and reported that his brother was now kneeling in the hallway, sobbing. She asked Julius if he had added anything to the food. The young man only smiled slyly, peeking around the corner of the corridor. He assured her that one way or another, they would definitely be able to sort things out. Julius smiled broadly and looked at Venom. Venom, without wasting time, declared, "His main secret is love." And even if everything doesn't go as quickly as we would like, in the future, they will definitely become a real family again. The next day, Julius was already heading somewhere in a carriage, with an ordinary coachman sitting next to him. Suddenly, Whedon called out to him and asked where they were going. Julius yawned, remembering that today, as announced, there was to be a ball at the palace. All the aristocrats had received the invitation, and he had also received it, so this time he was heading there under the guise of a representative of the Carlyle family. Julius still felt that he didn't feel like taking on all this right now. But it had always been like this. Every time the family forced the boy to fulfill his noble duties, suddenly the young man felt something, after which he opened the door of the carriage, which was racing at full speed. Julius quickly climbed up and jumped onto the roof, immediately rushing forward. At this moment, Venom, not understanding anything, began to ask Julius what had happened. Catching up with the sun with his gaze, the boy covered his eyes and suddenly announced that someone was going to attack. The distance was about 6 kilometers. The girl stared ahead intently, then used magic to enhance her vision. Her gaze penetrated miles ahead, as if searching for the slightest threat. Now she too noticed several armed men, probably robbers, surrounding one of the carriages. Apparently, she was also on her way to the ball. Venom confirmed that this was indeed the case. Julius insisted that he couldn't be wrong. Venom noted with surprise that the boy sensed the threat without even resorting to any sorcery. She began to praise Julius, and he only closed his eyes and briefly confirmed her words. Venom, smiling ironically, noted that he might not even thank her. After that, I decided to see how Julius would behave. People began to get out of the carriage, cursing and complaining about being surrounded. The robbers were openly happy. Their plan had succeeded. The gang was already amused by the thought that the aristocrats would not get away from them. Suddenly, a command rang out in the air. "Stop!" someone shouted after them. Suddenly, Julius appeared in the middle of the clearing. The robbers looked up and noticed something strange starting to fall on them from above, probably magic. But they had no idea who this impudent boy was. Julius calmly declared that he was the one asking the questions. He looked around the crowd of bandits and concluded that these individuals were clearly not innocent. Julius added that, if they would immediately lay down their arms and retreat, he would spare their lives. The bandits glared at the boy angrily, unsure if he was a real threat to them. One of them grabbed the hilt of his blade, contemptuously calling the young man a worthless insect. He instantly grabbed his dagger and showed it to his opponent, raising it up. The robber boldly declared that he would deal with the young man without delay using his special technique. But when he looked at the weapon, the blade had long since broken. The blow was so swift that the robber did not even realize how he had become unarmed. When he saw his dagger neatly cut, he screamed in horror. Julius stood before him, holding out the other half of the blade. The boy apologized, admitting that he had broken the dagger. He had to do this because all he had to do was ask a question, and they would have immediately drawn their weapons. He indignantly asked how Julius had managed to pull off such a feat. But suddenly a smug smile appeared on his face, and in a satisfied tone he assured that there was poison on the blade, so Julius would soon die. Junior casually threw away the dagger and declared that the poison had no effect on him. And then, with a faint smile, he added that he had surrounded himself with a protective barrier from the beginning. Venom smiled and said that it was just a small prank for that guy. The bandit finally lost control of himself and, unable to contain his rage, shouted that this was simply impossible. The rest of the attackers instantly drew their weapons. Julius only exhaled and clasped his hands together. It became clear to him at once that these people could not be trusted. The robbers immediately asked what exactly the young man had said. One of the robbers immediately picked up on his comrade's words, convincing everyone that there was nothing to worry about. The boy was not scary to them. They were not going to lose to him. After that, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. This whistle was well known to the other members of the detachment, who were hiding in the bushes, waiting for the signal to act. As soon as the conditioned sound was heard among the shouts, they instantly rushed from the ambush straight to the carriage. The gang's numbers soon nearly tripled. The reinforcements were cheerful, their faces beaming with joyous anticipation of the rich loot. They continued to leave one after another, and someone said to Yuli, "Maybe you're not that bad, but there are 30 of us, and you're alone." Yuli quickly glanced around him. Julius instantly activated his magical ability of invisibility and disappeared from the sight of the gang of thugs. Sneaking up on each of his enemies unnoticed, he prepared for decisive action. They didn't even have time to blink, thinking that the boy was simply scared and ran away. But suddenly the young man appeared behind them with lightning speed and waved his arms carelessly at them, as if teasing the bandits. Then the guy would instantly deliver an accurate and incredibly strong blow to the back of the head, after which all the bandits would fall to the ground together, often without even having time to scream. The armed warriors fell to their feet one after another, almost simultaneously. That was how lightning-quick Julius acted. A scream rang out in the air. Someone was trying in vain to understand what was happening here. Julius froze in place, his hands in his pockets. The boy explained that he had only used the aura to give them a sense of transparency. After that, the boy raised his index finger and remarked that even a child could handle something like that. The robbers clearly had a different opinion. The boy's abilities impressed them to the core. One of the robbers indignantly declared that the boy was only mocking him. The first attacker noticed that the poison had no effect on the boy, and his magic was quite strange. Curious, he asked Julius who he really was. However, almost immediately he began calling out to the teacher, assuring them that they would be able to deal with the situation themselves. This surprised Julius quite a bit. Another man emerged from the thicket of the forest and remarked that they could do nothing alone. He continued to choose something, and then reported that the bandit group was quite large, as many as 3 dozen, but they were all dead. He called them pitiful, wretched people, and now he directed his gaze at Adulia. The leader of this pack was much larger than any of the thieves who had attacked Julius. Holding a piece of meat in his hand, he said in surprise that he had no idea that he himself would have to fight today. Julius studied the teacher carefully. The boy felt that the smell that accompanied the man seemed painfully familiar to him, immediately filling his consciousness as soon as he appeared nearby. Julius folded his arms across his chest again and calmly asked if their teacher was really a monster. The bandit with the poisoned blade stared at the boy in surprise. The robber immediately wondered what he was talking about, since all monsters had become extinct about 2,000 years ago. Here the teacher intervened in the conversation, noting that Julius was distinguished by his extraordinary dexterity and keen sense of smell. The teacher instantly changed before their eyes. Now standing before them was not a man, but a giant gorilla with horns and a single eye right in the middle of its forehead. The robber screamed in horror, convinced that he was facing a real monster. Yulia agreed with the teacher. It's hard to hide a power like his. Everyone would notice it right away. The young man smiled broadly, saying that the situation was becoming more and more intriguing to him. Monsters have actually not been seen in this world for a long time, but before we talk about them, it's worth clarifying one thing. Once upon a time, they always gave off a bright aura, and people could unmistakably sense their presence. But it seems that times have changed. Now many of these creatures have learned to adapt, taking on human form and patiently waiting for their turn. Monsters are those for whom the meaning of existence is destruction and death. They commit evil not only for the sake of pleasure, but also to emphasize their own superiority over everyone, including ordinary people. They could gather in huge flocks, merging into dense crowds. This dark force inspired terror in people of all eras, even in a world where monsters walked among mortals openly. However, Eugene managed to put an end to this. He killed their king, and all the monsters immediately disappeared. Now almost no one remembers their former existence, except for those who meticulously study the chronicles of the past. The bandit, without taking his eyes off the huge monster, screamed in despair, tears and snot rolling down his face. He was seized with panic, for he had never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, the monster had grown to unimaginable proportions, dwarfing even the tallest trees. It stared at Julius, and the bandit never tired of shouting, convincing everyone that their teacher was indeed a real terrifying monster. It was Kong with an iron grip. Licking his lips with disgusting pleasure after eating, the monster laughed, staring at the little boy in the snow-white suit. He contemptuously called Julius a pitiful little man, adding that the latter seemed to have lost his ability to speak when he first saw the true face of the leader of this bunch of worthless people. Julius, with a naive expression on his face, raised his head and turned to Kong, speaking to him in surprise. The boy insisted. He had just asked the question, so the monster must answer. Julius suddenly asked Venom if there was a king of monsters during this period. The girl replied that, as far as she knew, such a creature did exist. Venom calmly replied that she knew nothing about it. Julius again addressed the monster, calling it a gorilla. The man loudly asked if there was anyone else here besides himself. At this, Julius carelessly said that he hardly knew, because this monster seemed quite pitiful. Hearing such a description, the monster instantly disappeared. The bandit, hiding behind a tree, turned around in surprise. "What is this madman doing?" Yulia assured him that there was no need to worry at all. From the outside, he was just an ordinary gorilla, just twice the size of his unruly relatives. The monster roared and rushed forward, roaring indignantly. How dare Julius say such a thing? It opened all three of its eyes wide and opened its mouth, its sharp fangs flashing. The monster growled menacingly that the boy would pay with his life for his impudent words right now. However, Julius remained motionless, not even lowering his hands. The fist came down sharply on the boy lying on the ground. Although the blow was not devastating, even the sudden force with which it came shook the ground beneath him. The huge monster, several hundred meters in size, was already confident in its victory. It believed that the self-confident boy with a keen sense of smell had long been under its powerful fist. Clods of earth flew everywhere. One of the robbers, clinging to a tree, begged for help. Meanwhile, the horse harnessed to the cart kicked wildly and tried to move the cart. Those who were in the room at that moment had no idea what kind of force they were dealing with. The monster froze in place, watching as a ball of steam rapidly erupted from the impact site. He didn't even try to resist. Smiling, Kong easily pulled his fist out of the ground. Laughing, he said that Julius definitely didn't survive this, because he was very different from an ordinary person. He considered the boy to be completely worthless, but he was cruelly mistaken. The powerful blow did not fall to the ground. It was stopped by the boy's outstretched hand. Kong was struck by such indescribable power. The young man casually stated that he was just bored. Kong's eyes instantly widened in surprise. For the first time in his life, he had met someone who had handled him so effortlessly. Even at the moment when their duel had taken a new turn, Julius only remarked that it was all because of this magical night. It was he who had enveloped the boy in a magical barrier to protect him. Julius also added that not everyone was given the chance to see such a miracle. However, it seemed to him that Kong was just able to distinguish it. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. He sincerely assured that this was the first time he had heard of some magical shell mentioned by Julius. His gaze restlessly wandered around, but in fact, he did not notice any strangeness around him. Julius, apparently tired of the constant explanations, sighed heavily, and turning his gaze to Kong, noted that this was elementary knowledge that everyone should have. Kong's mouth dropped open in surprise, completely confused. Venom laughed, noting that this technique had been wildly successful 2,000 years ago. Julius smiled, adding that he himself often used it. Kong became even angrier and swung with even greater force. His eyes flared with rage, and a powerful voice thundered that he would never forgive the boy for this. Everyone in the vicinity rushed for cover. Blow after blow cut through the air at breakneck speed. Kong was determined to finish Julius off right there, for some pathetic scoundrel would never be his equal. The robber, clinging to the tree, suddenly screamed, convincing everyone. The boy was definitely no longer among the living. He had turned into a solid mass, it could not be otherwise. Kong froze in place, and then, gasping for breath, burst out laughing. Kong stood up straight and spread his powerful arms. His loud laughter echoed around, and then he asked how the boy had survived the fight. The monster was delighted, convinced that he had crushed the boy like an insect. But it wasn't as easy as he thought. As the dust gradually settled, Julius's figure stood calmly on his feet. The young man asked defiantly if this was really the limit of Kong's capabilities. The young man looked around the area. The entire ground was crushed and scattered in all directions, as if an explosion had gone off. Only a small island of land under Julius's feet remained intact. And now, finally, it was Julius's turn. He parried the blow again, and added that the monster didn't even try to reinforce its attack with magic, as if it thought it would be that easy to defeat. The same group peered out from behind the tree where the boy was hiding, hugging him tightly, and exclaimed that there was clearly something wrong with this guy. After all, he managed to stop the teacher with just one hand. The monster cursed and asked what Julius had really done. Julius puffed out his chest angrily, resting his hands on his sides, and exclaimed indignantly, "Does Kong really not notice anything?" Julie straightened his back and instantly assumed a fighting stance, preparing to strike back. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed around him as the young man chanted a spell and released the magic fist. It seemed that Julius had indeed decided to support this confrontation and not stop the fight. As soon as the monster noticed that the boy was using the spell, it immediately tried to stop him. Julius's magic instantly flew into Kong, hitting it squarely on target. The monster staggered back, retreating in confusion. Its jaws opened wide from the powerful blow, and its eyes narrowed in surprise, betraying pain and shock. However, the impact gradually gained strength, causing the bright flash to flare up more and more brightly. The partisan's teeth broke with a crash, and the monster roared even louder than before, breaking the silence with a furious scream. Julius's powerful power scattered everything around him like a storm. His magical blow turned a large part of the forest into ruins. What happened to Kong remained a mystery. After this spell, a deep furrow had been left in the ground. There was no sign of Kong anywhere. Julius noticed that the boy had decided that it was just some worthless creature that had surrendered to him without a fight. Seeing this, the bandit quickly slid down the tree. He could not understand what was happening, but only one thought pierced him. Before him stood the devil himself in human form. Hearing the robber shout, "Devil!" Julius was instantly frightened and began to look around. He asked sharply if there was anyone else here besides Kong. The band members were already pointing fingers at the young man, claiming that he was actually referring to Julius himself. Who else could this person be if not an influential underground figure endowed with such power? Suddenly, all the bandits found themselves behind the bars of a solid stone prison. They pressed against the door, not believing their eyes and wondering if they had really fallen into a trap. The portal slowly began to disappear, and Julius, shaking the dust from his palms, said with satisfaction that he had finally dealt with the villains. After that, he asked if it was now possible to move on. Taking a few steps forward, the boy reported that he had noticed the carriage while the protective barrier was being erected. By all accounts, it should have remained unharmed. Approaching closer, he asked if everyone was okay. Suddenly, the door of the crankcase flew open, and someone leapt out at breakneck speed. This mysterious creature moved so swiftly that it was difficult to see it until it finally stopped. The girl with the animal ears froze in place, falling to one knee. Her hand had already grabbed the hilt of her katana, and sternly warned Julius not to move. If he took another step, the sword would soon cut through the space between them. Julius stared at the girl with the cat ears in surprise. Without hesitation, he noted that she looked incredibly cute, and then wondered who this beastman was. He assumed that he was probably a samurai. Venom admitted that she was quite interested herself. Then Julius suddenly remembered. The boy had said something about some demon nearby. The samurai pointed a finger at the young man, called him a fool, and explained that he was the one in question. Julius assured him that this was impossible, for he could not possibly be a monster. But the samurai was not going to believe the excuse and angrily shouted at him not to lie, for everything was as it was in the palm of his hand. Then he began to list in turn all the details that he had seen with his own eyes. He immediately noticed that this guy had an insane amount of magical power that was impossible not to feel. In addition, he was surrounded by an unrivaled aura and possessed secret techniques that could destroy monsters. Smiling, Julius said that he was really pleased to hear that. But the samurai, grabbing his sword and standing up, abruptly cut him off. He said that he had no intention of expressing any praise. On the contrary, he accused Julius of intending to destroy the passengers of the carriage and categorically declared that he would not allow such a thing. Julius noticed that the boy was standing in the Aido stance, a Japanese martial art that trains alertness and lightning-fast reactions to instantly draw a sword in the event of an unexpected threat. The samurai instantly lunged forward, using his secret technique of a lightning strike directly to the jaw. His movements were distinguished by extraordinary agility, and the katana was already gleaming in his hand. While the deadly Japanese blade was flying straight at Julius, he even had time to think. Once he had already managed to outrun the lightning speed that pulsed in Guy's palms. However, to the samurai's credit, Julius admitted that the attack was quite skillfully executed. The result was a truly fascinating spectacle. However, Julius's safety was paramount, so he managed to control himself at the last moment. Gathering his strength, he used the dissection with a gaze technique. In an instant, his hand flew up sharply. Seeing that Julius was okay, the samurai instantly turned her gaze to her sword, and it split in half in a flash. The sword's blade was surprisingly thin and expertly sharpened. Julius managed to cut it in half with a jeweler's precision that seemed impossible. The girl, looking at her sword through tears, could not believe that the young man had really done such a thing. She called him a real demon. Julius calmly raised his hand and explained that he had done it with only his palm. While the samurai indignantly bombarded the young man with questions about how he managed to do all this, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind Yulia, enthusiastically noting that the performance was truly magical. The samurai immediately raised her voice, warning the princess not to even think about getting out. She sternly warned, it was dangerous here, and it was much wiser to stay inside the carriage. Julius was shocked to hear such a title. The princess explained that in their kingdom, escorts undergo special and lengthy training. It turned out that the unknown young man had easily dealt with her. The princess raised the fan to her face and noted that the boy must indeed have considerable strength. The princess instantly spread out her fan, painted with flowers, hiding part of her face with it. Her beauty was striking, but now the girl was clearly embarrassed. She blushed all over and, barely gathering her courage, timidly asked if Julius would marry her. Julius stared at the girl in surprise, unable to understand what was happening. The samurai shouted sharply at the boy, warning him not to be arrogant, because in front of him stood the very princess from the eastern country. Julius, stunned by such words, only silently watched the events. The samurai did not stop. He solemnly announced that the girl in front of them was Princess Sakura. She immediately bowed politely and greeted him with a smile, adding that she was glad to meet him. Julia assumed that it was because of the girl's title that she was attacked. The samurai proudly pointed her finger at the boy, telling him not to dare address the princess like that. However, the princess laughed and assured him that nothing terrible had happened. Later, she admitted that she herself could not hide her curiosity and joked to her assistant Haratora she would hardly be able to handle that gorilla. To this, Haratora replied with a smile, if the task remained unfulfilled, one would have to commit harakiri. The princess stopped the girl, advising her to simply thank this man. She emphasized that he had become their savior. Julius looked closely at the princess and noticed that her appearance was truly unusual. He had never seen anyone like her before. The princess laughed again merrily, noticing that the boy was making her blush more and more. Gradually approaching Julius, she did not take her eyes off him. At that moment, Zarutora shouted that he should not even dare to touch her with his dirty hands. After all the events they had experienced, they were already riding together in a carriage. The princess gently hugged the boy, cheerfully claiming that they had been invited to the same ball, and this was a real providence. The samurai remained gloomy and could not hide his irritation. Julius only remarked that this was indeed a strange coincidence. Hearing this, the princess asked what the young man's name was. Then Julius suddenly remembered that he had never introduced himself. Julius turned around and smiled amiably, introducing himself as Julius von Carlyle. He added cheerfully that he was pleased to meet you. The girls opened their mouths in surprise and then fell silent. Julius was completely confused. They asked if he was really from the same Carlyle family, and then began to explain to the boy why this was so unexpected for them. Meanwhile, the carriage was speeding forward, and the coachman was driving the horses more and more furiously, because they were already late for such an important social event. A man in a cloak with a deep hood that hides his face holds out a photograph of the boy and says in a quiet but determined voice that he wants him killed. He informs them that their target will be driving past this very forest tomorrow. Then he wonders if they will be able to handle the task. The gang laughs merrily in response. There are 30 of them, so how can there be any doubt? How could he have suspected them of indecision? One of the hired killers takes out a photo of the boy, looks at it carefully, and then smiles, realizing that this is the very young man in front of him. The killer throws the photo in the air, waves his hand, and then suddenly pulls out a sword and stabs the photo with it. He coldly declares that the victim will be destroyed without a doubt. After all, it is a decent reward. The customer just smiles in response. All this remained in memories, because now history looks at the ball and wonders, what kind of stupid thieves are they, and where did they all go? She notices that Julius von Carlyle is alive and well. He is carefreely enjoying his dinner, smiling from time to time and looking quite happy. The girl cannot believe that she has been defeated. She cannot wrap her head around the fact that everything is in vain. All her carefully planned actions are now in danger of being disrupted. She clutches her head, realizing that she will definitely receive a severe reprimand from her father. The meeting of these two is simply impossible. But if you put poison in his food, he will certainly be poisoned and die. At that moment, Julia comes up from behind and asks if the conversation is about him. The girl is frightened and suddenly exclaims loudly. He wonders why she's hiding here. adding that she's been behaving badly. The girl shrugs. What difference does it make to him? Then she defiantly asks how he's still alive. Wasn't he attacked on the way? The guy shrugs in confusion. He doesn't understand what's going on. After considering the question, he replies that he was not the victim of an attack himself, but that the robbers attacked others, and he rushed to their aid. Now he stands, his arms crossed smugly over his chest. She quickly realized that they had simply mixed up their targets. She asked curiously. There were 30 of them. Did they really manage to escape? But he replied with absolute calm that this was not the case at all. He defeated them all on his own. She mentally, scornfully throws, "How worthless they are." And he, calmly shrugging his shoulders, remarks, "The number didn't matter at all." Easily and effortlessly, he dealt with them all at once. She falls to her knees, stunned by despair. How could this have happened? She had spent almost all her savings on these gifts. He looks at her in confusion, not understanding the reasons for her sadness, and asks why she is so depressed and how she knows about 30 people. She bursts into a scream, terrifiedly assuring that she knows nothing and has nothing to do with it. In response, she hears, "Usually it is the guilty who justify themselves." The girl exclaims even louder that she would never do such a thing. Suddenly a stranger approaches them and, with a slight smile, remarks, "You don't know how to hide your feelings at all, and it doesn't suit you at all." Both of them turn towards him. The girl appears with a fan in her hand, and smiling calmly, declares that she knows absolutely everything. She also knows about your attempt to kill him. Julius von Carlyle asks in bewilderment, "Do they really have to kill him?" The girl, with a confused cry, shouts, "Where did such an idea come from, and where is the evidence for such a suspicion?" The story answers that her behavior seemed suspicious to her, so she checked everything carefully. After interrogating the bandits, it turned out that they were acting for a reward, and she was the one who ordered it. She screams in despair that these are just empty words, behind which lies the truth, because everyone understands their actions are intentional. Another adds, "If such behavior is perceived as an insult, then it is quite likely that their engagement was recently broken off." At this moment, Julius von Carlyle glances at History, who has been holding her breath anxiously in anticipation of his next words. He starts to speak, but Sherry immediately interrupts, insisting that everything is wrong, even though she stutters on every word. Her father suddenly appears behind Story. She feels his fierce gaze on her. History asks with hope in its voice, because it sincerely believes in her innocence. At this moment, the father slaps his daughter. She falls to the floor in surprise, shocked by his cruel act. Everyone present, even Julius von Carlyle, is stunned and cannot recover from what he has seen. Her father begins to scream, accusing her of a disgraceful attempt on the life of Herr Julius von Carlyle, calling such an act treacherous and unscrupulous. He menacingly orders the guards to throw her into prison. Here the guards grab her hands on both sides. History is in a panic, does not understand anything, and, confused, turns to her father to ask what he is talking about. She begins to shudder and scream, not understanding what is happening to her. In hysterics, she demands to be released, begging not to put her in prison. She continuously exclaims that it is all slander and a lie. She turns to her father again, seeking salvation in him. She cries out in despair through tears. Why exactly does she have to go to prison? Why is everything blamed on her alone? The girl keeps begging to be released and is already sobbing at the top of her voice. She begins to think back and wonder if she was guilty from the beginning. She remembers when she was 7 years old in the palace. She asked, "Who was the other groom then?" Her father had assured her that the eldest son of the Carlyle family would be her fiancé, and that he was the perfect match for her. This arrangement had been made when she was a very young girl, all for the sake of gain, alliances, and political intrigue. She had often wondered what she would really be like as a bride. On the day of the meeting, when she saw Julius von Carlyle, she smiled warmly, greeted him, and introduced herself, delighted to meet him. However, Julius von Carlyle remained silent at that time, leaving her in an extremely awkward position. He treated her truly cruelly. No matter what she told him, he remained silent, wandering around the school sullenly, with a gloomy expression on his face. She had almost given up all hope, and was convinced that she had the worst suitor in the world. But one day, everything changed. He decided to break off their engagement, made her suffer, and then simply left her to her fate. She screams in tears and snot, never ceasing to blame Julius von Carlyle. She says that he is the only one to blame for everything, and she herself has nothing to do with it. Here the father can't stand it any longer. Anger seizes him, and swinging, he is about to swing at her, shouting how she dared to say such a thing. But suddenly someone's hand restrains his impulse. Julius von Carlyle squeezes his hand tightly, and his father watches in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. A genuine seriousness burns in Julius von Carlyle's eyes. Here Julius von Carlyle reminds him of all the moments they have shared together and the important moments in the relationship between parents and children, emphasizing that no parent has the right to do this to their child. At this moment, her story about herself seems implausible. She does not believe his words. Her father accuses her of attempting to kill him, and claims that she wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Julius von Carlyle intervenes and starts talking about something else. Julius von Carlyle smiles and says that he doesn't pay any attention to it. The king, stunned, does not hide his surprise. Did they really try to kill him? To this, Julius von Carlyle only brushes it off, saying that it is useless to look for a conspiracy here. It was more a senseless competition than an attempt on his life. Here he begins to get indignant and speaks out passionately about his daughter's actions. Julius von Carlyle ponders his answer for a moment, then declares with cold indifference that he will pretend nothing has happened. The princess's eyes, full of tears, widen in confusion and surprise. Her father, unable to believe what he has heard, asks again if it is true. Julius von Carlyle only smiles mysteriously in response. History stands motionless like a pillar, thoughtful and surprised. She can't understand why she tried to take his life, threatened him with death more than once, and even openly flirted with his younger brother in class. And none of this seems to affect him in the slightest. She considers him so stupid that he is able to stupidly ignore all this, regardless. And it is at this moment that she openly confesses her feelings for him for the first time. Winged hearts seem to bloom in her eyes. Now, Julius von Carlyle seems to her to be a completely different person. Around him, as if a light scent of flowers hovers, she realizes that he has become an object of admiration for her. The father exclaims in shock, but quickly regains his composure, and calmly suggests renewing the engagement. However, Sakura only shakes her head sadly, and softly replies that, unfortunately, that is impossible. She addresses the king, hinting quite transparently whether he is in too much of a hurry to seize this opportunity. He reflects on the fact that the Carlyle family has enormous influence over the political system and government, and if they miss this chance, the consequences could be serious. Sakura explains in response that the whole point is that her husband will be Julius von Carlyle, not some historian. The story, along with his father, is shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Julius von Carlyle is surprised by Sakura's words and asks what exactly she is talking about. In response, the girl notes that he does not have a permanent job here. She begins to seduce him, describing the place where she lives. She admires the coziness, defends the local cuisine as incredibly delicious, and the surrounding landscapes as surprisingly picturesque. Sakura confidently claims that he will definitely like it. Julius von Carlyle admits without hesitation that she really interested him. But before he can say it, the king angrily interrupts. This does not suit him. Suddenly Sakura intervenes in the conversation, reminding everyone about the compensation for the damage caused to his daughter. The king, however, is sincerely surprised. He does not understand what is being said at all. He exclaims that the country is of no use here. It is only a senseless act of his daughter. Sakura calmly asks if he is not responsible for her, and whether it is right for him to make such cowardly excuses. The king is about to say something in response to his excuse. Here, Julius von Carlyle's little girlfriend excitedly exclaims that things are only gaining momentum. Meanwhile, Julius himself is thoughtfully silent, lost in thought. The guests at the ball chatter anxiously, trying to understand what is happening. Someone asks if a fight is really brewing here. Another worries whether it will escalate into a serious conflict. They wonder if everything is really okay there. But the other interlocutor insists. This cannot be allowed under any circumstances. They ask the main question. Can one word really ignite a war? It was at this moment, when the silence had grown long, that Julius von Carlyle finally spoke. The audience immediately fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of his words. Julius von Carlyle declares with surprising indifference that he has no desire to leave behind only a memory of himself as a groom again, while calmly crossing his arms over his chest. At this moment, history again cannot hold back her tears, loudly exclaiming questions about what she heard. Her father, standing nearby, full of despair and indignation, cannot believe what he heard, and bitterly asks how such a thing is even possible. Meanwhile, Sakura, beaming with hope, cheerfully wonders what could have happened to her then. Here Julius von Carlyle refuses her, stating that he has only recently met her and has no intention of starting a relationship with her. She asks again how this is possible. To this Julius suggests that they first become good friends. Sakura tries to talk him out of it, but he doesn't listen, just takes Sakura and the king by the hand, insisting that they not fight, especially because of him, because in his opinion, no argument is worth it. History froze in amazement, and all the guests watched the events with bated breath, gradually realizing, from now on, peace has been established between them, and now everything has changed for the better. Julius von Carlyle asks Sakura if she has any objections. She looks away uncertainly, carefully answering that if that is what he wants, she will not object. Here the king thinks, although the connection with the Carlyle family may disappear, a new alliance will arise in its place. Either way, he remains the winner. The king clears his throat, throws his arms out to the sides, and exclaims that this is simply a brilliant idea. He expresses his deep gratitude to Julius von Carlyle. The guests exclaim with joy that they have finally managed to form an alliance with another country, although some still cannot believe that it has actually happened. Everyone in one voice announces that it is time to celebrate and raise glasses in honor of Mr. Julius von Carlyle. Julius von Carlyle exhales, runs his hand over his neck, and, looking around with a smile, declares that the dispute has finally been resolved. While Julie was minding her own business and having fun at the party, a creepy monster was roaming the nearby woods, a broken tooth sticking out of its jaws and blood gushing from its mouth and nose. Breathing heavily and choking from coughing, the monster raises its head and barely audibly says that he will not forgive this. He opens his eyes wide and, barely restraining his rage, says that next time he will definitely kill him, without any hesitation. But suddenly he hears footsteps behind him. He turns cautiously towards the sound. A man with golden hair, elegant glasses, and a uniform richly decorated with insignia appears before his eyes. This is Azores. The monster turns to Isur and ominously greets him. "You're just in time," she says, and asks to share her magical power with him. She says that if he manages to heal, he will become even more powerful and take revenge on that boy. Isur slowly approaches the monster. She approaches him and reprimands him for his carelessness. He is stunned by such an unexpected remark. In response, he remarks that he will explain everything so simply that even such a stupid monkey will guess. This man is a hero who has returned after 2,000 years, so it is useless to compete with him. The magic of the Demon King himself flows through his veins. The monkey screams loudly, shocked by what has happened. Is this really possible? Whose sorcery is this? The heroes or the demons? The two most powerful, and they have joined forces. He agrees that this is indeed the case, but adds that it was because of their duel and the action of magic that the demons managed to return to this world again. The monkey doesn't understand anything and asks what it means. Isurus praises his performance in response, saying that the role was played brilliantly. He was incredibly lucky to meet him, and he is sincerely happy about it. Then the monkey finally realizes and screams, "He's taken advantage of her!" But Cirrus just snaps her fingers ominously, and then something terrible happens. Here the monkey finds himself under a hill of stones that have fallen on him. Isurus says goodbye, thanking him for his help and assuring him that his services will not go unnoticed. He claims that now the creature that slumbered in the abyss will be able to wake up again. And even now this powerful, unstoppable radiance, like a fierce flame, spreads across its land. Right in the middle of the building stands a gigantic monster, completely covered in flickering eyes and iron chains. This creature is as big as a 3-story building. The sky seems to explode with rage. The clouds rapidly thicken, and the thunderstorm explodes, as if directing all its power into one place. Here Julius von Carlyle sneezes, clutching his glass of drink tightly in his hand. His girlfriend calls him a hero and asks with concern if he has caught a cold. It is appropriate to mention here that someone is probably thinking about him right now. Historia gently addresses him, calling him her dear, holds up a spoonful of meat and asks him to open his mouth. She asks him, saying they really do look like newlyweds, don't they? He politely declines her offer, explaining that he can't eat it himself. Sakura tugs lightly on his jacket and insists she won't let him back down that easily. The story confidently convinces herself that her feelings are genuine, and she will definitely make him love her back. At this moment, Sakura also becomes deeply thoughtful. She is sure that such a wonderful man must be on their side. So the girl decides that she will achieve his favor at any cost. The little friend turns to the hero and asks if he has ever been engaged. He replies that he has not, because he has always been busy and has not found time for it. She reflects on love, enthusiastically noting what a wonderful and unpredictable feeling it is. For her, it has the delicate aroma of a romantic shoujo manga. The girl assures the protagonist that she will always stand by him. Julius von Carlyle, not understanding her words, asks in surprise what this is supposed to mean. History again gently calls him her lover and asks him to stay with her that night. Socrates, indignant, loudly declares that this is too much and all limits have been crossed. Only 10 days remain until the return of one of the demons. Those who are trying to prevent the demon's resurrection stand with their arms outstretched, creating a kind of protective barrier. With a strained voice, they report that things are bad, and, turning to the archbishop, they admit that they have little strength left, and if this continues, they will not last long. The monster continues to rage, and the archbishop, almost falling off his feet, thunders at everyone to get their act together. He warns that if the seal weakens, the consequences will be catastrophic. Then, humanity will have no chance of victory. The monster roars across the space. A thick stream of liquid erupts from its numerous mouths. Its frantic eyes dart about, as if desperately trying to peer into the very soul of someone present. The holy girl Marie Tendo, number 224, with long dark hair, drops to one knee and says, exhausted, that she can no longer continue. The archbishop shouts for her to hold on, for she alone of all has inherited the power of the 3 wise men. If she falls now, the seal will surely be broken. She breathes heavily, greedily gasping for air with her mouth wide open, and barely holding back her broken voice, begs her father for forgiveness. Her eyes slowly roll down, as if losing her last strength. Others turn to the archbishop, emphasizing that the Holy Virgin has long since reached the limit of her powers. She has not slept for 3 days in a row, tirelessly using divine magic. If it were not for her selflessness, the seal would have been destroyed long ago. In response, the archbishop assures that he knows all this. At this moment, the Holy Virgin Mary, tandem number 224, stands up abruptly and, quietly, assures everyone that everything is fine with her and that she is still holding on. Barely leaning on her staff, she suddenly falls face down, letting go of the staff from her hands. An alarming noise instantly rises around. Everyone calls her in alarm. The monster is engulfed in a bright glow, its roars gaining even greater power. The rest scream in panic. This time it's much worse. They can no longer contain its power. The last defense is about to break. The earth suddenly shakes. Everything around it cracks and collapses. A brilliant light pours out so brightly that all the wizards are forced to squint and close their eyes, not only from terror, but also from the blinding glow. The archbishop stares at him with tension, remembering that this monster is one of the pillars of the dark forces that terrified humanity 2,000 years ago. Before him is the god of destruction himself. Before them appears a new face of the sinister spirit, the blood of Gandus. Giant horns crown its head, and monsters with jaws filled with sharp, blade-like teeth burst from its deformed body. Bones and mysterious tentacles protrude from all sides, giving the creature a truly terrifying appearance. Someone falls to the ground, exhausted. He only stutters in horror, muttering that it is huge, and already understands his inevitable fate. Another, seized with fear, asks about this eerie evaporation, which frightens with its mere presence and incomprehensible magical power. The sinister spirit chuckles softly and proclaims, 2,000 years have passed, and he has finally awakened. His laughter grows louder with each passing moment, taking on an increasingly terrifying, eerie sound. An invisible force pushes all the magicians back. They groan in pain, crashing into the walls and falling to the ground. The archbishop is stunned. The monster only had to laugh when a destructive wave arose. Shocked, he admits with horror, this is not just an evil spirit, but a real monster. The monster himself, smugly pondering whether to throw himself a party in honor of his own rebirth. The thought haunts him. Maybe, for starters, he should wipe the whole world off the face of the earth. The archmages, plunged into despair, have already accepted their defeat. Their thoughts are filled with bitter realization. This is the end. They have freed the monster, and now humanity has no chance of salvation. It is all over. Everyone will be destroyed under its relentless steps. The archbishop is stunned by his own powerlessness and the helplessness of others. But suddenly someone from the crowd confidently and menacingly steps forward, stomps his foot firmly and loudly exclaims that this is far from the end. The evil spirit turns around with surprise and glares at the man. Before him stands the Blessed Virgin Mary, 224. She breathes heavily, says with effort that her name is Mary, the Holy Virgin, and that she will return the seal to him. The girl grips the staff tightly in her hands, and sweat pours down her face. The sinister spirit notes to itself how holy and blameless this young man seems, and at the same time mocks his meager strength. 2,000 years have passed. Has human power really weakened so much in that time? The spirit notes with bitter irony that this spectacle only causes him sadness. The Blessed Virgin Mary burns with anger and exclaims that he should not dare to underestimate her. Let him try to withstand the strength of her whole being. In her hands, the staff turns into a sacred bow and arrow. She pulls the string so powerfully that a bright glow flashes around. Hope begins to arise among the other magicians. One of them enthusiastically exclaims that this is one of the most powerful divine spells in the world. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin Mary fills the arrow with all her bitterness and burning desire for justice, firing it at the enemy so that he can fully feel his deserved punishment. Far away in the sky, an arrow flies straight at him. The sinister spirit only sighs heavily. What nonsense! And in an instant everything around is enveloped in impenetrable darkness. This arrow does not in any way harm the evil spirit. Saint Mary is stunned. She doesn't care if he really repelled absolutely everything. If he really managed to neutralize the magic released at full force. The sinister spirit suddenly wraps its massive tentacles around the Virgin Mary. Mary screams and struggles to free herself. At this moment, when she still has not given up trying to free herself, the archbishop appears and imperiously orders the monster to stop and let his daughter go. The monster takes the Holy Virgin Mary to himself and calls the father. Seeing this, the father explodes with anger. He accuses the monster of meanness and reproaches him for using dirty tricks. How dare the monster kidnap his daughter? He immediately calls upon the highest level of divine magic and directs it against the monster. In response, it interrupts the people, demanding silence, and contemptuously calls them worthless and stupid. The arrow flies towards the magicians and relentlessly pierces the archbishop's heart. He has no time to either strike the evil spirit or save his own daughter. Blood spurts from his mouth, and the spell is instantly dispelled. He coughs, not understanding what happened or how it happened. Defeat has passed him by unnoticed. His body falls helplessly face the ground. The Blessed Virgin Mary, in despair and tears, begs her father for help. The sinister spirit relentlessly draws her to him, whispering that she will soon join him. The Virgin shudders in horror and, time and again, begs him to let her go. The sinister spirit opens its mouth and announces that when it returns to life, she will be its first meal. Overwhelmed by terror, the girl involuntarily approaches the open mouth. The evil spirit notes with delight her face, distorted with despair and horror. A better grimace cannot be imagined. It seems convinced. The flesh of the Holy Virgin will truly taste unsurpassed. All the magicians stood frozen in place, like stone pillars, unable to believe their eyes. The Holy Father was dead, and all around were only quiet appeals to the Holy Virgin by name. She had long been crushed by despair. She no longer screamed or writhed, but silently shed tears and asked herself, "Is there really no hope left to save this world?" Sitting on the side of the monster is someone talking on the phone. It's Julius von Carlyle in an elegant suit, calmly summoning an evil entity. He raises his finger as if to reprimand, and remarks that it is not proper to be so rude to girls. The Holy Virgin Mary opens her mouth wide in surprise, and the magicians around her are also stunned by the unexpected appearance of the stranger, and try to understand who is in front of them. The evil spirit himself did not understand who he was, and when he had settled on his shoulder. Did he really not notice his appearance? Julius von Carlyle, as if nothing had happened, asks if he was the one being talked about. He says he just sensed that a sinister entity had resurfaced somewhere here, so he decided to pay it a visit to teach it a lesson with a good spanking. Julius von Carlyle's words, spoken with smug confidence, silence both the evil spirit, the Holy Virgin Mary, and all the other magicians. They are amazed and stunned. The Blessed Virgin Mary exclaims that this is impossible. He talks about it so casually, as if he had simply gone to the neighbor's shop. although this cannot be. Ordinary people like him are strictly forbidden to enter here. They shout to Julius von Carlyle that before them is the blood of the evil spirit Gandus himself. In response, silence falls. Julius von Carlyle thoughtfully immerses himself in his own carefree thoughts. The magician exclaims loudly that he doesn't seem to be interested in it at all. The others thoughtfully wonder if he hit his head. They are afraid to approach the spirit, but it calmly sits right on the shoulders of this ominous ghost. The sinister spirit wonders who he is. Finally, the boy speaks up, apologizing for appearing to him so soon after his return to life, but assuring him that they live in harmony. He speaks to the evil spirit in a low voice, politely asking if it would like to quietly hide under the seal again. He then wonders if the spirit would be kind enough to simply leave. Such words cause genuine surprise and confusion in the dark entity. The evil spirit growls at him, calling him a disgusting blood, and twitches so violently that Julius von Carlyle flies straight down from his shoulder. Gathering dark power within himself, the spirit is about to prepare to attack, and roars that he, a worthless mortal, dared to give him orders. For this audacity, he promises to grant him eternal destruction. The evil spirit rushes at him in a frenzy, screaming for him to die. All this powerful concentration of energy covers the other sorcerers as well. The entire building rises in a frenzied tremor and soon crumbles into small fragments. The sinister spirit finally bursts into mocking laughter, declaring that anyone who dares to argue with him will share the poor fellow's fate. His laughter becomes even more eerie and more insidious. As the smoke clears, he notices that all the people are inside some kind of barrier dome. One of them, clearing his throat and regaining consciousness, is sure that he is already dead, but the other quickly realizes that they are still alive and is confusedly trying to figure out what it really was. Someone with a stunned look asks what this is. They've never seen anything like it before. Is this really barrier magic of the highest level? They wonder in confusion if everyone is safe and sound, because after the terrible attack of the evil spirit, no one even got a scratch. Julius von Carlyle gently holds the Blessed Virgin Mary in his arms, assuring her that everything is under control and the danger has passed. Watching this scene, the evil spirit is amazed. How is this possible? How did this happen? The Blessed Virgin Mary, together with the Knights of Julius von Carlyle, sincerely thank him for his rescue, and in response, he admits that it brings him true joy. Cannot contain his amazement. He asks, first, why that's still alive, and secondly, when he managed to pull out artifact from its hands. He calls names it's a fool, and disparagingly throws, yes, who you in general like this. Julius von Carlyle turns to him and reminds him that he has just said this. He extends his hand forward, pointing, and says that he is just an ordinary student who was passing by, reincarnated in another world. A tiny ball bursts from his finger, flowing smoothly and slowly towards the evil spirit. He just freezes in place, calmly waiting for it to happen. The small bullet had not yet touched his body, when the evil spirit had already realized the inevitability of what was about to happen. He begged to be given another moment, but the next second everything around him exploded in a mighty wave. A desperate scream was heard and a powerful explosion arose. The Blessed Virgin Mary, her voice trembling with excitement, asks in surprise if he really just used a photon. At the same time, she realizes that the power of his spell is not at all like the one he possesses. The magicians joyfully celebrate their victory. They are delighted that he managed to deal with the evil spirit with one powerful blow. Not a trace of the otherworldly force remains. It has been completely destroyed. Julius von Carlyle turns around and notices that there are still wounded here. All the mages rush headlong towards the archbishop, and his daughter, who seems to have only just remembered her injured father, rushes with them. Julius von Carlyle reaches out and calms her, telling her not to worry. His palm glows with amazing magic. First he uses healing powers, then even the ability to bring the dead back to life. After that he comes to his senses. The magicians suddenly feel their wounds disappear, and then the fatigue is blown away as if by the wind. The father stands up and, looking around in confusion, wonders, was he really dead? The Blessed Virgin Mary throws herself into his arms with delight, rejoicing in the Lord. He looks around in confusion, not understanding what is happening, and asks about the evil and the whereabouts of the unclean spirit. Meanwhile, the sorcerers joyfully exclaim that the evil spirit has disappeared and the danger is over. The archbishop is bombarded with questions. How did it all end? Is it really possible? And is it really about bringing the dead back to life? After all, this is an ancient, long-lost secret technique. Who is capable of such a miracle, and how? Behind him, with a smug look, stands Julius von Carlyle. Julius von Carlyle says that now that all the troubles are settled, he should move on. It's not right to keep his friends waiting. He says goodbye to everyone and suddenly disappears without a trace, leaving the magicians stunned. They stand for a long time, unable to move from surprise. One of the sorcerer's objects. This cannot be. He says that the man left without even saying his name, and they still haven't managed to thank him for saving them. The archbishop asks, "Who was it just now?" The daughter replies that she doesn't know this, but she is sure that he will definitely save people from disaster. She is convinced that her father is a true messenger of God. At that moment, Julius von Karloff breaks free and rushes to the opposite shore. The Virgin Mary proclaims that he will be the savior of their world from inevitable destruction. He lands right on a busy street, where Eliza and Mokan are already waiting for him near the cinema. Eliza, full of curiosity, asks where he has disappeared to. He runs up to them and, apologizing, explains that he has urgent matters to attend to. His friends are indignant. How can he just leave in the middle of the most interesting moment of the film? Doesn't he realize how impolite it is? He asks them how the movie ended. His friends tell him that the final villain was actually the main character's father. Shocked by this ending, he asks if it's true. What an incredible twist. Now he wants to see the movie even more. The Demon Lord smiles, barely holding back his laughter. Julius von Carlyle turns to her and asks what happened. She replies that she never expected a scene in the movie to enchant him so much. Even more than the victory over the evil spirit. Julius von Carlyle wonders if she witnessed everything, to which she replies that they are already connected. Eliza looks at them in confusion, completely oblivious to the content of the conversation. Mao-chan tells his teacher how unceremoniously he dealt with this evil spirit. Julius von Carlyle impatiently asks her to stop reminding him of it. Eliza wonders in surprise, what other evil spirit? She smiles happily and wonders if the evil spirit is really the same monster that tried to destroy the entire world 2,000 years ago. And is it true that it was defeated long ago by a hero sent by God himself? Mu-cheng and Julius von Carlyle looked at each other and smiled slyly at each other. Mao-chen holds up a huge burger, generously stuffed with meat and vegetables. He takes a bite with appetite and exclaims enthusiastically how delicious it is. Eliza asks if she liked the burger, because the place has received great reviews, so she wanted to bring her friend here. She enthusiastically admits that she really liked this so-called hamburger. She is immediately corrected, emphasizing that it is a hamburger. Julius von Carlyle, enjoying his fried potatoes, wonders if they know that these fried potato pieces are also extremely delicious. Julius von Carlyle bursts into laughter, and with a charming squinting, tells Elise that she is surprisingly insightful. With a sincere smile, he admits that he is indeed a reincarnated hero who has overcome space and time. Elise laughs in return and picks up a funny joke, especially from a man with sauce on his lips. Julius von Carlyle wipes his lips with a napkin and instantly realizes that she doesn't believe him. And no wonder. Even in the Demon Lord's own family, there is hardly anyone who would pass down the secret art of time travel from generation to generation. Eliza notices that he likes stories about knights from wartime who have made a time jump. He asks again, "What time jump? What is it?" Eliza asks him if he really didn't understand that it was about overcoming time. Didn't he notice that this kind of thing happens all the time in manga and movies? Is this news to him? He replies that he really doesn't know anything about it, because he's far from such things. He only watched the film for the first time today. He thinks to himself that 2,000 years ago, this wasn't even close. He admits out loud. He was quite surprised to see moving images appear on the huge screen. Mao-chan says that she often enjoys reading shoujo manga. Julius von Carlyle asks with curiosity why she suddenly became so similar to the heroines of these stories. That same day, Julius thanks Alice for the invitation to the cinema. In response, the girl barely notices and cautiously nods her head. She mentally reminds herself that she was supposed to go to the movies with Julius von Carlyle today. She finally musters up the courage to call him, but Mao Chang is standing next to her. In that moment, she completely forgets about her friend. She was disappointed that this meeting did not resemble a date at all. Noticing her silence, Julius von Carlyle asked, "Did he say something offensive?" At this time, Mao Chen happily eats his burger and answers mysteriously. Who knows? Aliesa stubbornly convinces herself that all is not lost. She has a chance to give him love. Standing up from the table, the girl asks where they are going next. At that very moment, someone they know approaches them and is surprised. What a surprise! It is Sakura who emphasizes that they are still connected by an invisible thread of fate. At this moment, Julius von Carlosel recognizes her. Muchan adds that she is a princess from the Far East. She wonders if it suits her. The girl informs him that she will now study at the same academy as him, this Julius von Carlyle. She has come to them on an exchange program. Julius is surprised at how quickly she has made the decision and clarifies. It means that the princess from the eastern country will now be their student. He looks at her guard, Harutora. The girl is also dressed in uniform. Is she really going to join them in training? In response, she remarks, she can't leave the princess alone, even though she didn't intend to appear here in such attire in the first place. Julius von Carlyle wonders why, because this image suits her so well. Hortora is indignant, intending to teach him a lesson, because she can't understand how she deserved the punishment. After all, he only praised her. At the table, a stunned Eliza sits next to Sakura's cute face and Harator's large figure. She wonders how many new, extremely friendly, and even special people Julius von Carlyle has around him. In her opinion, Julius himself is surprisingly skilled and agile. Sakura laughs and says that they will have an unforgettable and fun school life. Eliza shyly adds that she also studies at the same school as Julius von Carlyle. Mao-chan enthusiastically emphasizes that this is great, because Julius von Carlyle has already started a lot of events. Bright adventures are definitely waiting for him. Julius von Carlyle leans back in his chair and sighs. It's still a shame. If only Gaia had agreed to come too. The girls are curious about who Gaia is. Eliza explains that he is Julius von Carlyle's younger brother. Then she asks why his brother didn't come with him. Julius repeats the question again and answers himself. It's just that the tournament is about to start. Sakura, with genuine admiration, asks what tournament this is about. The annual 20th Martial Arts Tournament is the Colosseum's grandest event. Student against student, decisive duels, a fierce struggle for the championship title. Julius von Carlyle says that it is during this period that the educational institution traditionally organizes a grand tournament, where students enter the arena to test their strength against each other. Eliza adds that the finals of this tournament are closely watched by spectators from other schools, because it is they who decide where some students will be able to go after graduation. Therefore, each student takes the competition as seriously as possible. Sakura remarks that it seems too exaggerated. Harutoro fondly recalls the martial arts tournament, and Julius von Carlyle adds that his younger brother is usually very serious. He is assured that his younger brother will definitely become even stronger. Meanwhile, his brother is training hard, growing long hair, and his physique is becoming much stronger and more sculpted. Sakura and Harutora are new to school, so they are asked to introduce themselves to the class. They shyly stand at the blackboard, looking very cute. The boys in the class are delighted. One exclaims that this is the very first princess of the Eastern Kingdom. Another enthusiastically adds how beautiful they are. And next to the princess stands her sister with luxurious forms and charming cat ears. Julius von Carlyle asks Sakura if she is in his class, and behind him, History exclaims indignantly, asking what she is even doing at their academy. She shouts loudly, ordering her to get out of the way, addressing Sakura as the village princess. Sakura, in response, defiantly declares that it was the 8th princess who attacked him for no reason, and, of course, strongly opposes it. Sakura wonders how much effort it took to be in the same group as Julius von Carlyle. In response, Historia sternly warns her against attempting bribery within the walls of this academy. Mao Jiang carefully observes everything that is happening and, smiling with pleasure, notes, "It is not surprising because she is an influential Oriental princess." Eliza, standing nearby, involuntarily wonders, since when did Mao Jiang start going to these classes? And in general, are familiars allowed to be within the walls of the academy? Sakura addresses Julius von Carlyle with the wish that they may have a good relationship. However, History is not appeased, and sternly orders the other girl to stay away from the boy, contemptuously calling her a peasant princess. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the room, one boy grumbles that he does not like all this at all. The teacher stands up and announces, It's time to explain the rules of the annual martial arts tournament. Weapons, magic, and familiars are allowed in the competition. All fights will be in the format of personal duels, student against student. First, 2 representatives will be selected from each grade. Then, in the highest level groups, from 1st to 6th grade, 12 participants will be selected, from which the final pair will be determined. Julius von Carlyle listens to the conversation with surprise. Are there even 6-year-olds here? A picture emerges in his mind. Among the first-year students of the highest level, the 2 best have already been identified, who have become official representatives. Julius von Carlyle and Guy are elected as freshman representatives. Julius does not hide his surprise, but Guy accepts the appointment with imperturbable calm. Eliza bursts out screaming, "This is simply impossible!" Mao-chan calmly remarks that for the owner this is a completely normal thing. Sakura looks at her with tenderness and, as expected, enthusiastically says, "Nothing strange, this is my fiancé." But as soon as she says this, History bursts into the conversation, shouting at the top of her voice that this very boy is her future husband. Suddenly, one of the students confidently raises his hand and loudly declares his protest. This is the same bully who shouts that he recognizes Guy's strength as the best student in the academy, but categorically disagrees with the choice of the second candidate. He says that he does not stand out in anything. This classmate's name is Yakoshi. The teacher tries to explain something to him, but Jikoshi interrupts, loudly declaring that this is unfair and biased. After all, there are only 2 vacancies, and the candidates are chosen without considering their group. In this fragment, the teacher tries to explain that the director of the academy personally recognized him as a scholarship holder. At the same time, shouts are heard from the crowd, saying that his family simply bought everything for money. This is outright bribery. Therefore, they will never agree to such a decision. Mao-chan calls them fools who have no idea what a true hero is capable of. In response, Julius von Carlyle calmly explains to her that these people have never seen him in battle, except for one time. The fight with Salamander. Julius von Carlyle assures that he has no objections to the idea at all, but refuses to participate. The tournament does not interest him much. Tukoshi does not hide his surprise. Is everything really that simple? After all, he was elected chairman, and he refuses so easily. Gaia suddenly stands up and tells his brother that he categorically refuses. He will never allow him to refuse to participate. Gaia participates in this tournament with only one goal: to defeat his brother. Julius von Carlyle, looking at his brother in bewilderment, is met with the same firm look in return. Finally, he smiles and informs his mentor of his intention to join. She replies with relief that his choice will be of great help to her. Zakoshi comes closer and openly declares that everything is going completely wrong, so he is categorically against it. In response, Julius von Carlyle addresses him, ironically calling him selfish, and wonders how he should proceed. Sakura, smiling, announces that she has an idea, and after these words, everyone turns their gaze to her. She wonders why they won't all stand up to him. Eventually, Julius von Carlyle finds himself in the middle of the square, perched on a chair with a rope wrapped tightly around his body, with a solid wall of students standing in front of him, watching the events intently. Those who have any claims to Julius von Carlyle should come out to the duel. Julius von Carlyle is already seated in his chair, and all the students are busy preparing for the start. Eliza remarks that 30 people against 1 is really scary. Story adds that there are too many of them and asks if it is not dangerous. Furthermore, Julius von Carlyle is strictly forbidden from using any weapons, magic, or familiars. Moreover, he will enter the duel bound and completely immobile. The students are already rubbing their hands in anticipation. Some openly promise to teach him a lesson. Others giggle, confident in their easy victory. The princess is called cruel among themselves. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle is asked whether he is really ready to accept the fight on such unfavorable terms. Julius von Carlyle only calmly replies that he doesn't care. Such indifference irritates the students, and they instantly attack him. Eliza is in despair. The events of the past are screaming in her mind. No matter how strong her loved one is, there are too many opponents. In addition, he is also bound by chains. Isn't this absurd? The students decide to attack him together. At this moment, Mao Cheng asks them if they can even scratch him. One of the students, filled with rage, waves his hand, cursing the enemy of humanity and wishing him death. The students try to strike Miss Julius von Carlyle, but before they can even blink an eye, she remains motionless. All their attacks go into vain, and they themselves are lost in guesses as to what is really happening. Sakura, standing behind, exclaims to Julius von Carlyle that if he moves so fast that you can't even catch him with your eyes, it's no longer a battle. To this, Julius von Carlyle asks ironically, "So I can't even move?" At this moment, the other students are intensively accumulating their magical energy. One has already reached level 15, the other, 16. They prepare to strike from afar with spells. One of them releases a bright fireball, and the other launches an ice spear. Apparently, they seek to hit him with ice and flame at the same time. Julius von Carlyle takes a deep breath, then exhales with a powerful blow, nullifying the enemy's attack, completely destroying the magical attack. Both mages are stunned. They can't believe he stopped the spell with just one breath. The girls, who also have magic, are annoyed by the boys. What do? One of them enhances the team's abilities, providing support to all members. Then the Beastman appears. Vorok shouts for everyone to rely on him. He continuously activates muscle enhancements, demonstrating his superhuman strength. He swiftly charges, exclaiming that his claws can even cut through steel. He hits Julius von Carlyle on the head with a swing, but he doesn't even flinch. It doesn't make any impression on him. Bispen Vorak looks at his wounded hand and notices that his claws, which he was so proud of, are now broken. Julius von Carlyle apologizes to him, jokingly hinting that he has a strong head. And at this moment the swordmaster confidently enters the duel. Harutora rushes at him with her sword, exclaiming that she also wants to be a representative in the tournament. She warns him to prepare for a duel. Julius von Carlyle exhales and mutters, "She showed up here too?" Then he takes a deep breath of air, and suddenly sneezes loudly. From such a powerful sneeze, all of Garatora's clothes fly away in shreds, and disappear without a trace. She blushes, burning with even greater indignation, and Julius von Carlyle hastily apologizes to her for what he has done. She instinctively covers herself with her hands and screams in despair. All the students' eyes instantly turn to her. Sakura ironically remarks that it is not proper for girls to simply expose themselves in front of everyone. It is quite natural to be shy. Guayast stands aside and watches the battle unfold. Finally, when all the students are lying or sitting on the floor exhausted, Julius von Carlyle asks them, have they finally given up the fight against him? Here Jikoshi appears, angrily expressing his dissatisfaction with the futility of the avant-garde. The students instantly feel threatened. His presence is frightening, and they whisper among themselves, warning each other that his power is truly impressive. Takoshi shows off the ring on his finger and admits that he didn't want to use it, but it's his special technique. The ring is cursed, filled with magical power, and is one of the family heirlooms sealed in his family. The disciples cry out in despair that he should not even think of putting on the cursed ring, otherwise his body will be destroyed. Yokoshi shouts in response that he does not care what happens to him. The main thing is to defeat Julius von Carlyle. Julius himself sits, amazed and fascinated by this spectacle. Jikoshi says he sacrificed his life force to cause this. Now the way back is already closed, so let that fool stare at him as much as he wants. A level 48 fiery gallium suddenly appears behind him. The students are stunned by such a high score, and one of them warns alarmedly. He will hardly be able to cope with such a powerful creature. Jikoshi asks Julius von Carlyle if he likes the most powerful familiar. There is confidence in his voice. He is convinced that he will crush Julius to powder. Julius von Carlyle quickly raises his foot and drives it into the ground with all his strength. This causes the ground beneath the hallam to bend and fall down with him. All the students, including the girls, are stunned by what they see. Yakoshi can no longer hold back his tears, desperately lamenting the destroyed golem. One of the students says that he just stepped on it. The ground cracked under him, and with one blow he dealt with the golem. After that, he admits that he doesn't think he can defeat such an opponent. Julius von Carlyle turns to the group and asks, does anyone else have any comments or complaints? The girls are delighted. They cheer loudly for him and exclaim what an incredible success it is. Zakoshi cannot hold back his tears, longing for his fire golem. Sakura calms him down, noting that now that everyone has seen his power with their own eyes, it is unlikely that anyone will dare to approach him anytime soon. Mao Tian admires him and says that such insight and foresight are worthy of a true princess. Guy turns to Julius von Carlyle, who turns back to him. Guy notes that his opponent has not even given his all yet, and adds that he will not be defeated in the tournament until he meets him in a duel. Guy confidently declares that only he is capable of defeating his own brother. At these words, Julius von Carlyle looks at him with a soft smile on his lips, genuinely surprised by such determination. Late at night, in silence, we play chess. Mao Chang turns to the hero with curiosity, trying to find out why he has been so cheerful since lunch. Julius von Carlyle asks if it is really noticeable. She wonders if a fight against 30 opponents really brought him so much pleasure. In response, he only admits with a smile that it was really fun. Then she wonders, if everything is so simple, why is he behaving so unusually? He smiles broadly in response and says that it's all his younger brother's fault. It's because of him that Gaia has become so charming. Hora Jang asks in surprise if he's also interested in boys. He dismisses the question, explaining that that's not what he meant at all. He adds that there have never been any sibling squabbles between them. Then he remarks that he never had any brothers, so now it doesn't surprise him at all. She replies that his younger brother is always in his shadow. He works tirelessly, trying to outdo his older brother. Julius von Carlyle notes that no one had ever so openly challenged the hero face to face. That is why he was sincerely glad of such a fraternal fight. Mao-chan remarks that this is what it means to be true blood relatives. She asks, "Is this really family?" He says, "Yes, that's right." After all, she has fulfilled his cherished wish, and for that he sincerely thanks her. Muchan smiles, sighs and says, if he is happy, then she has no reason to be sad. Julius von Carlyle, looking at her in surprise, asks why, even despite his victory over her, she does so much for him. She replies that during their last battle, a special bond was formed between them. He immediately wonders what kind of bond she means. She replies that it's like a fight between hooligans, after which they become comrades. After her words, Julius von Carlyle finally realizes everything. Mao Zhang smiles and remarks that perhaps these emotions are similar to those he experiences for his brother. She claims that this can be called love. Julius von Carlyle is shocked by what he hears. Mao-chan abruptly, and even a little imperiously, exclaims that by talking to him, she could simultaneously pass the test and beat him at chess. Julius von Carlyle has no idea how it happened. Mao-chan fills the room with joyful laughter, cheerfully shouting that he has nowhere to run. She has beaten the hero in a game of chess. She defiantly asks if he will admit defeat, because it seems that he is already determined to give up. If he starts begging for mercy, she will still allow him to make the last move. Julius von Carlyle, having determined the size of the piece, declares that he will make this move, and it is checkmate. Muchan suddenly realizes that she has lost, and by her own tactics. She asks in surprise, did he really deliberately lure her king into a trap, and all this time everything was planned? She exclaims that he is too strong, that he has no equal even at board games. In addition, she accuses him of cheating, saying that it is unfair to play like that. She is already rolling on the floor, hysterical, because she wanted to win at least once. Julius von Carlyle assures her with particular seriousness that she should not worry so much. It is just one defeat at chess. He recalls that conversation, confessing that he also loves her, and feels boundless gratitude towards her. Mao-chan is surprised to once again call him a hero. She abruptly gets up and challenges him to a duel again. Julius von Carlyle reminds her that she has already lost 100 times in a row and asks her if she really wants to continue. In his opinion, she has learned nothing. In response, she shouts that she will not forgive him for running away. Mao-chan asks him to prepare a uniform for her next time. He asks if she will be satisfied with victory. In response, the girl laughs loudly and declares that victory is what matters most to her. He mentally notes that now she looks very much like a real demon lord. Finally, the day of the tournament arrived. The arena is packed with spectators. The rhythms of drums fill the air, setting the mood, and the participants anxiously await their exit. Lisa looks at the list and asks if this is the team's standings. Sakura notes that Julius von Carlyle has to start at the bottom of the tournament grid, so he will have to defeat 4 opponents in a row to win. Harutora stands nearby, curiously admitting to herself that she wouldn't mind taking part herself. According to legend, she is worried about her lover. She wants him to win, just like his wife. Meanwhile, Eliza is burning with anger. She asks if she is cheating on Guy. Meanwhile, she scolds her for her relationship with Julius von Carlyle, emphasizing her origin, saying that she is an ordinary elf. Finally, she throws a reproach, asking if it would be better for her to leave the love of noble people alone. Mao-chan notes that it seems likely that she will only witness the confrontation between the host and his younger brother in the final. She also notes that the lineup of opponents promises to be truly exciting. Someone suddenly admits that something has started to worry him, and Mao-chan reassures the girls, "There's nothing to worry about the master. He's probably quietly retired now and sharpening his fangs." Guy and Julius von Carlyle are in one of the rooms. Gaia excitedly calls out to her brother, while Julius von Carlyle, not paying attention, sleeps sweetly and even drools a little. Hujuro Sakura is the eldest princess of the Northern Kingdom. After Julius von Carlyle saved her from night robbers, she fell in love with him. She has a balanced character and is distinguished by a distinct accent of the Eastern Kingdom. Height, 141 centimeters. Weight, 35 kilograms. Parameters, 67 to 52 to 67. She loves exquisite sushi the most. The entire stadium held its breath in anticipation of the fighters entering the arena. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle and Gayasa are in the locker room. Diaz asks irritably how much longer he's going to sleep, and he, muttering some nonsense in his sleep, mutters something about goose eyes. Guy dragged Julius von Carlyle, loudly urging him to stop dozing and finally get up. The tournament is about to begin. But Julius does not wake up, muttering in his sleep that he wants 5 more minutes. Guy has no choice but to wake him up again, angrily reminding him that he heard the same words last time. In his dream, Julius von Carlyle complains that Mao Zhang has been giving him no peace at night lately, so he is desperately sleep-deprived. He asks to be allowed to take a little more nap. His brother Guy wonders if that beautiful Mouchon really spends the whole night with him. He loudly reprimands his brother for his shamelessness, not understanding the reasons for such behavior. Guy exclaims that if he crosses the line even slightly, he will be immediately disqualified. Suddenly, someone overhears their conversation. The door creaks. A stranger enters the room. The guest defiantly speaks up, insisting on being let into the room. He explains that he just came to say hello. Guy asks him who he is and what he wants. A huge burly man with a bottle in his hand jokes that he had no idea how soundly he would fall asleep on the eve of the duel, and suddenly laughs heartily. Guy cannot comprehend what kind of strange spectacle is unfolding before him. This student says that when all the rumors were confirmed, the Quarry family was truly disgraced. Did he really win the selection by cheating? The man begins to fume with anger, loudly exclaiming that he has no idea who he is, but that outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering this room. He only laughs mockingly in response, and then calmly opens the same bottle he was holding in his hand. He raises the liquid to his lips and drinks it all down in one gulp, smearing his mouth and face. Then he reluctantly wipes his lips with his forearm. Gayest has absolutely no idea what is happening. This man breaks the bottle with his bare hands, clutching the shards in his palms. Guy stands guard, carefully watching his actions. Julius von Carlyle continues to rest peacefully in the world of dreams. The student holds out a piece of glass in his palm and defiantly wonders how anyone could be so audacious as not to recognize its face. Gaius watches in amazement as the scene unfolds. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle, calmly snoring through his sleep, is still drooling faintly. The girls are seated in the stands of the arena. Eliza curiously asks if the fight has started yet. Story impatiently wonders when she will be able to see her lover fight. And Sakura notes that, by the way, the conversation is about her future husband's fight. The argument between the girls flares up with renewed vigor. At this moment, Mao-chan creates a tiny copy of himself, which he sends into the corridor in search of Julius von Carlyle. Miao-chan walks leisurely down the corridor, muttering quietly to herself. Worried about her master, she decides to excuse the girls and use body separation to find out how they are doing. Her footsteps echo in the deserted corridor, her thoughts restless. She enters Julius von Carlyle and Guy's dressing room, opens the door, and asks how the hero feels in such an atmosphere. Suddenly she notices the student grabbing Julius von Carlyle by the collar and exclaiming, "How long can you sleep like a tanuki, since he came specifically to say hello to him?" He demands that he finally wake up and stop pretending to be lazy. In addition, he indignantly accuses his brother of being a real ignoramus who has no idea about good manners. Julius von Carlyle, having told everything, sighs heavily and declares that he can no longer eat. However, this only fuels his rage even more. He frowns and asks with a threatening voice if he has not yet come to his senses. Mao-chan looks at him suspiciously and notes that there is clearly something wrong with him. She wonders, who is this muscular fool? And how can he be so ruthless? Guy loudly orders him to let his brother go, as the tournament has not even begun. At that moment, Julius von Carlyle turns to Guy in his sleep and calmly suggests that they all have dinner together to forget about the feud. After the elder's words that he had never been humiliated like this, a tense, awkward silence falls between everyone. He declares with a clenched fist that he will most likely not stay in the game after the first round. Mao-chan thinks, the hero's body is covered in armor made of magical energy. If she were to strike, she thinks that the fist of this arena would hardly remain unharmed. However, she is not particularly concerned about this. Guy asks if he has forgotten the promise he made to himself. If he intends to give in to his rival before they even get to battle, then this is not the brother he knew at all. Guy's voice is filled with bitter disappointment. Hearing these words, new wrinkles appear on Julius von Carlyle's face, but suddenly his eyes open wide. He instantly jumps up, shouts at him not to assume such things about his brother, and waves his hand in annoyance. Gaius and Mao-chan stand aside, frozen in surprise. Julius von Carlyle freezes with his hand raised, not understanding what is happening. He turns to Guy and Mao-chan in surprise, asking what they are doing here. However, both remain silent, not giving any answer. He lets go of his hand and notes that there seems to be a martial arts tournament today. He has finally come to his senses. Suddenly something falls from the ceiling, and Julius von Carlyle decides to find out what it is. He looks up, where someone's feet appear, and wonders thoughtfully what it could be. Has this item been here before? The host opens the show, addressing the audience and noting that they have probably been waiting for a while. Today, she, the idol of the Mime Academy, will take on the role of explaining the whole situation. After that, she invites 12 chosen ones to the stage, one representative from each year. She speaks enthusiastically about the first guy, especially noting his unique style, a successful combination of magic and swordsmanship. The young man is a member of the Student Council Executive Committee, and among others is known by the bright nickname Prince of Smiles. Here before us is a senior student, the magical swordsman Nursen Havado. His unusual hair is divided into two parts. One half shines golden, the other is a deep black color. He sincerely thanks the host and everyone present for their kind words. Then another one appears. His unusual funnel-shaped hairstyle catches the eye. Behind him is a strange musical instrument, whose eerie melodies predict death. On the battlefield, he is not just a warrior, but a true artist, a wandering poet and fourth-year student Lester Dramifidon. Next to enter the arena is a real beast man, a tiger, who is famous for his hot temper. His language is the language of fists, and his fighting style is full of unbridled toughness. He leaves no chance for the opponent to retreat. Confidently clenching his fist, the tiger declares that victory is already in his hands. Before us is a sixth-year student, a fearless fighter, Nijuka Tiger. Then a man in a black uniform appears, looking surprisingly calm. He is a martial arts master, the knight of retribution of 10,000 battles, and a second-year fighter, Kung Fu Master Takamichi. It turns out that the next participant is a real mystery. Even under the thickness of the armor, no one can see his face, and a careless touch turns into sudden injuries. From head to toe, he is covered in armor and resembles an ominous hurricane of darkness. The sixth-year student, known as the Dark Knight, Benedict Freddy. Next, a boy enters the stage, the youngest of all the participants. He is only 10, but in terms of the power of magic, he leaves even the most experienced far behind. This gifted young wizard is already in his 5th year and belongs to the highest class of magicians Karutangarev. However, the boy himself sadly admits, above all, he dreams of returning home as soon as possible. Finally, a girl enters the arena, riding a panda, with a bird on her shoulder and a snake wrapped around her arm. Whatever wild animal rushes into battle, they all become her allies and willingly obey her will. She is a true Amazon among hundreds of beasts. Before us is a second-year student, a true mistress of animals, Guillermo Robinson. Winking, she declares with a playful smile, she has no outcasts. Next to emerge from the crowd is a tall blond man with a cold gaze. In his hands is a katana, shrouded in enchantments, a silver blade that absorbs the blood of his opponents. He is a third-year student, the samurai Kogarasu Maru. Next to enter the arena is a young man in a dark cloak, his face and figure completely hidden from prying eyes. It is a real mystery hidden under this cloak, so she only wonders aloud. How powerful a talent is hidden behind this mantle? Of course, silence reigns in the audience. No one knows the answer. Before them is a fourth-year student, an elusive ghost, Wang Jie Shido. Finally, the next participant is announced. He appears before everyone in a stylish suit and shiny patent leather shoes. He is the true pride of their academy, a representative of a famous family, who is participating in the competition for the first time, and great hopes are already placed on him. As soon as the young man appears on the stage, the girls explode with joyful exclamations and enthusiastic squeals, not hiding their delight. Before you is freshman Gaius von Carlyle. He is silent and does not say a word, does not even try to introduce himself. The conversation then turns to his older brother. Julius von Carlyle remarks with resentment that he has been introduced too carelessly. Is he the only one who finds this impolite? Here the host introduces the next contestant without delay. Finally, the one on whom all attention is focused this time comes out. A man known by the nickname, the explosive train that shoots meatballs. The owner of superhuman strength. The entire audience held their breath in anticipation of the student's appearance. The host announces that fifth-year student Rod Rugg is supposed to take the stage, but no one ever appears. She dials his number again, but it's in vain. Everything is happening incomprehensibly. He doesn't appear. Maybe something unpleasant has happened. A stranger approaches the presenter and starts talking. She listens attentively, and then exclaiming in surprise, she can't believe what she's heard. How is this possible? In the end, she assures the interlocutor that she understands everything and announces to all the viewers that she has just received important information. Participant Roderick is now in the locker room and seems completely unable to continue the fight, so he is eliminated from the competition. This causes surprise among all the spectators, and the host, addressing the tournament grid, explains the current situation. Participant Julius von Carlyle automatically advances to the second round of the tournament. Julius is genuinely surprised that this is about him. The spectators are clearly dissatisfied. Excitement and questions can be heard in the hall. How did it happen that the favorite of the tournament was eliminated at the start? What happened to this Rodriguez? Did he really get beaten? People are outraged. The competition has barely started, and there is already such a mess. Julius von Carlyle ponders his sighs and wonders if it's just his fight that's being delayed. He's not happy with the situation at all. The story exclaims with delight. Wow, defeating an opponent without a single battle is a real miracle, but I expected nothing less from my beloved. Sakura lightly nudges her friend with her elbow and jokes. You also need to appreciate good luck. That's what my fiancé should be like. Mao-chan suddenly realizes. His opponent in the first round was probably that very guy. All participants are serious. The audience held their breath in anticipation of the exciting fights. The host solemnly announces that all the participants are already in place, so the real spectacle will soon begin. She announces that these 11 best of the best are starting a grand martial arts tournament. Sarah stands on the upper floors, a sweet smile on her face. Another character approaches her and sarcastically asks if this pathetic man is truly worthy of the title of Demon King. He laughs softly and asks not to be made to repeat the same thing again. He says that they have been waiting for someone like Julius von Carlyle for many years. The man turns to Isaris, asking him to stop teasing. Another, standing nearby, reluctantly adds that he has no desire to obey such a young man. Isaris sighs and remarks that didn't the previous Gong say the same words? And yet, he was defeated at his hands. He asks if everyone has forgotten about it. He admits that it's still hard to believe Gon's defeat. Isaris asks if he means the others weren't sure either. Looking around the crowd, Isaris wonders if the man has accepted defeat too. People cannot understand what he is talking about. At that moment, another man enters the room, and with him crowds of skeletons writhe on the floor in a frenzied rage. Everyone is seized by genuine horror. The man with gray hair and glasses says that he managed to hide his own aura and considers his series quite successful. This man enters, and his aura shimmers with bones, just a glimpse of his true power. All his subordinates stand aside in awe as the fear of him is read even in their gazes. The question arises, what kind of powerful magic is this? An unknown curse force that has reached perfection covers the room with a fog of ominous aura. The feeling that he is squeezing their hearts with his invisible claws gives rise to real terror in the demons. Fear of a being who stands a whole magnitude higher than them. Their thoughts are seared with the suspicion. Is this really so? Viserys welcomes him to his academy, calling him the sinister dragon spirit, or the one whose name is Dragon. All the demons, upon hearing this, open their mouths in astonishment. It is at this moment that everyone falls to their knees before this dragon, the personification of evil spirit. Finally, someone realizes, this is where the real evil lies. This is the superior race that almost wiped their people off the face of the earth 2,000 years ago. Has it really returned to this world again? Noting the dragon's enormous size, everyone realizes how tense this moment has become. The dragon allows the demons to raise their heads, then steps closer to Etsurus. He notes that the offspring before him is the very hero who defeated the blood of Gandus. Etsurus replies in the affirmative. The demons are even more shocked, because this is news to them. The sinister spirit has already been defeated. This is the first time they have heard of such a thing. The dragon explains. As soon as the spirit woke up, it immediately fell asleep again. However, among all the evil spirits, Gan turned out to be the weakest, so no one is going to sympathize with him. They consider it shameful for a demon, but suddenly a child appears and single-handedly defeats an evil spirit. This irritates him immensely. He cannot stand such absurd rumors spreading everywhere. But the demons calm him down and suggest that he wait a while. Let them take care of this little one themselves. Isurus addresses the dragon standing by the window. He remarks that Julius von Carlyle's power is equal to that of the deity himself. No matter how powerful the evil spirits are, Isurus deeply doubts that they can stand up to him. The demons are stunned by the surprise. They ask Isurus in surprise what he is talking about. The dragon quickly turns towards Isurus. He stares at him intently and angrily, not taking his eyes off him. The demons are confused. The Master of Darkness is truly angry. One of them turns to the dragon, begging him to calm his master's rage. Suddenly, someone's hand makes a firm fist knock. It's the dragon lightly touching Isurus's shoulder. With a sly smile, he notes that he still knows how to approach others and entertain them. Easter agrees, maintaining a humorous mood. The demons are even more stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The dragon turns away and coldly declares that this is precisely why he came, to destroy this child. After that, he will go to inspect the city, and if anyone dares to interfere with him, he swears to kill everyone who stands in his way. I, Ceres, inform him that a tournament is currently underway at our school. In response, the dragon reassures him. He will act elegantly and flawlessly, so we have nothing to worry about. The dragon also adds that he promises the winner of the tournament a special gift from himself, so he advises everyone to look forward to the end of the competition. He leaves, quietly closing the door behind him, and the room falls silent. Isurus stares at the door for a long moment, then sighs, silently noting how straightforward these evil spirits are. A sharp, almost predatory smile appears on his face. He is convinced that this dragon will make excellent food for their future demon king. His confidence in this is unwavering. The host announces that it is time to begin the second round of the tournament. The audience erupts in cheers and wild support for the participants. At this moment, Julius von Carlyle is enjoying his meal with great appetite. He skillfully wields his chopsticks, picking up noodles, and at the same time bites off a piece of pie with, apparently, meat filling. As he tastes it, he enthusiastically exclaims that the dish is delicious, because after waking up he is tormented by extreme hunger. His table is adorned with crayfish, chicken, and rice, while next to him, Mao-chan is enthusiastically eating ice cream and wondering how he can eat so much right before a fight. Daya wipes her eyes, scratches the back of her head, and sadly, with all her heart, calls him her brother. Mao-chen looks up from her ice cream, a stain on her face. She says with delight that the real fun is just beginning. The finals of the Royal Academy, a martial arts tournament, were about to begin. The 12 strongest who had passed the tests of the previous stages were preparing to meet in decisive duels. The names of the winners and losers were known in advance. Roderick had already left the competition, and Julius von Carlyle's mysterious victory without a single duel had aroused much suspicion and discussion. Kotori Maru and Lester are second. Next in third place are Gaias and Takamichi. Fourth are Guillermo and Karutan. As Julius von Carlyle was walking leisurely down the corridor, someone suddenly called him a snotty from behind. Julius turned around sharply. A thrown egg was flying at him. Without losing his cool, he deftly caught it in flight and sternly remarked that such antics could become dangerous. At this time, Mao Tian just turns to the other side. She asks him what happened. He holds it up to his nose, frowns, and assures her that it is a stinking rotten egg. The boy who threw the egg notices with annoyance that nothing has happened. The kid is swearing and using harsh words. His black hair is cut exactly like Roderick's. Mao-chan notices that there is a boy in front of her. She asks Julius von Carlyle if he knows this child. He only shrugs and admits that he is seeing the boy for the first time, and sternly warns the little boy not to throw food at people. He exclaims that he should stop being a smartass and accuses him of unfairly defeating his own brother. Julius von Carlyle asks in confusion, "Which other brother are you talking about?" Suddenly, a stranger approaches them, addresses a boy named Dominic and asks him to stop. The boy immediately looks around with noticeable delight, while Julius von Carlyle watches in complete amazement. The boy addresses him as Nelson Senpai, the man with half-light, half-dark hair objects. You can't accuse a person without any evidence. Julius von Carlyle recognizes the man and remembers him. They are both participating in the tournament. Dominic, however, ignores this and remarks that he finds it strange that his brother was defeated before the fight even began. Mao Chang, in turn, does not understand what the fight is about and why all this happened even before he leaves. Then she realizes everything and exclaims, "That's how it is, Dominic." It turns out he is the same younger brother of Jock's. Last time, Julius von Carlyle, without even realizing it, knocked down his opponent Roderick with one blow. Julius von Carlyle asks who else the strongman is talking about. Mao Chang clarifies that he was asleep during the incident, so he doesn't remember anything. Dominic exclaims that his brother is incredibly strong. He promised to win today. It's extremely strange that he didn't even show up for the fight. He twitches, calls Julius von Carlyle a scoundrel, and declares that he is already clear with him. Nelson quickly pulls him aside and tells him to control himself. Nelson assures him that his brother is a true master of combat, but still he doesn't believe that Julius von Carlyle would behave like this. Scratching the back of his head, Julius smiles uncertainly and awkwardly thanks him for such an assessment. Dominic indignantly exclaims to Nelson what he is even talking about and whose side he is on. In response, Nelson only laughs and remarks that appearances can often be deceiving. Suddenly he draws his sword and confesses that he still wants to know the truth. Slowly, with barely contained interest, he begins to approach Julius von Carlyle, his weapon at the ready. He points the tip of his sword directly at him and remarks with a smile that he is curious to know how strong he really is. Nelson's gaze suddenly changes, his eyes now filled with confidence as he looks at Julius von Carlyle. Even the little boy from Muchang watches in surprise at such an unexpected act. The chapter unexpectedly begins with a terrifying scene. Nelson is pierced by a sword blade that enters exactly in the center of his forehead. He feels as if thousands of blades are simultaneously cutting through his body from all sides. An unbearable scream escapes from his mouth, and the pain is such that he screams frantically, although his voice is barely audible. In fact, he is still standing with his sword directly opposite Julius von Carlyle, maintaining the same stance, although sweat is streaming down his face. He tries to scream, his breath hitches, his mind is in chaos. What just happened? Was it really a vision? He looks at Julius von Carlyle, who stands calmly before him, smiling gently. It begins to dawn on him that this whole atmosphere is just a manifestation of this man's elusive aura. Nelson smiles demonstratively, exhales sharply, and slowly sheathes his sword. This again affects Dominic. The guy instantly explodes with indignation, not holding back his emotions. He exclaims in despair why the guy is putting down his weapon, because he understands perfectly well. Defeating this impudent guy is a piece of cake for him. Nelson places his hand on the boy's head, gently strokes Dominic, and says that perhaps this time he will retreat. In his mind, he admits to himself that he cannot risk going first, for it could cost him his life. The boy instantly loses faith in him and sinks into despair. Smiling contentedly, Julius von Carlyle watches the outcome of events with satisfaction. He extends his hand and suggests that we meet again. His name is Nelson Havard, a third grader, and quite coincidentally, he is the one fate has chosen as his opponent in the second round. Julius von Carlyle extends his hand for a shake. Nelson remarks that he must relinquish this right, so he has lost before the duel begins. His laugh sounds awkward and strained. Julius von Carlyle does not answer. Nelson turns around, takes Dominic with him, and assures him that he will definitely support him from the stands. He urges Dominic, "It is time to leave. They should go this way." Julius von Carlyle stood there with his hand outstretched, completely astonished by what had just happened. Mao Chang notes that he cannot help but notice his truly pleasant disposition. Julius von Carlyle, with a faint smile, notes that he has won again before the fight even begins. In the second round, he is officially awarded a technical victory. At this time, a fierce fight breaks out in the arena. Blows fall one after another. Gaius, having received a powerful blow, flies to the side, but deftly slows down, supporting himself with his hands and feet to avoid falling. The third round opens with the first fight. Gaius faces Takamichi, a true martial arts master and kung fu virtuoso. Takamichi stands calmly in place, his fists still steaming from the blow. Guy assesses his size and notes the strength of his opponent. The host encourages the audience, exclaiming, "Let everyone carefully follow Guy's actions. After all, he has already managed to use a magic technique." Gaia claims that he gave his brother his word to meet him in the finals. Stepping forward with determination, he moves towards Takamichi. He aims the bird directly at his opponent and shouts that he will fight to the end, ordering his familiar not to back down. His determination to win is unwavering. In the final match, Takamichi is eliminated, and Gaius wins. The fighters do not stop, the battles continue, and only the strongest rise to the top. The host exclaims that passions are heating up, and the next participants are already entering the arena. She announces the start of the long-awaited semi-final. The first confrontation of this stage will unfold between Julius von Carlyle and Lester. Julius enters the arena with his usual smile, anticipating that he will finally have a chance to enter the battle, and, at the very least, warm up well. Eliza cheers Julius von Carlyle on at the top of her voice, enthusiastically waving a fan with his image and flaunting a headband. Historia, not hiding her indignation, wonders where this girl came from with all her trinkets. Sakura, watching her, admits that she is even a little scared. The crowd is not particularly enthusiastic. People look at Julius von Carlyle with curiosity and doubt. Is he really as powerful as they say? He has never entered the arena since the beginning of the competition, so many do not believe in his legendary strength. Mao Chen and his brother Guy stand on the doorstep of Karini's house. Guy looks at him with a stern, expectant look. Meanwhile, Julius von Carlyle gives him a slight smile. Julius von Carlyle finally begins his warm-up, just as he promised. Up until now, he has only watched his younger brother win, and now it is his turn to take over. Dropping to one knee, he extends his other leg forward, carefully stretching the inner thigh muscles, preparing himself for the next challenge. Lester carefully takes his musical instrument out of its case. Julius von Carlyle notices this immediately and follows him closely, watching with interest. Lester pulls out his guitar and sneers at him. His hair is funny. His bangs are so disheveled they look like an elongated bird's nest. Julius von Carlyle looks at him with childish delight and open mouth. His cheeks are flushed, and he forgets to even warm himself. Lester begins to play. He grips the strings with one hand, and with the other he melodiously plucks them. Looking at the instrument, he declares that he is extremely lucky today. After all, his opponent is a descendant of the legendary Carlyle family. And here he is in front of him in person. Lester continues to strum his guitar, and loudly proclaims that Julius von Carlyle is the same Carlyle known for his infamous expulsion from school. Julius von Carlyle stands calmly in place, silently confirming his opponent's every accusation. Julius von Carlyle wonders with genuine astonishment whether Lester really intended to fight with a musical instrument in his hands. This is the first time in 2,000 years that I have seen such a thing, the thought flashed through his mind. Lester only laughed merrily in response, and explained that it was far from just a musical instrument. He loudly proclaims to the entire hall that this guitar is a real miracle. Thanks to it, his magical power increases several times. He assures that he will defeat his opponent on the first try. He appeals to everyone present not to take their eyes off him. After all, right now, in his opinion, the brightest show of all time begins. The host tells the audience that Lester is deciding to enter the duel using his musical talents. Who knows, maybe this unconventional move will pave the way for him to victory. Mao-chan notes with interest that the hero uses a guitar as a weapon. This is quite unusual. In the hall, Nelson observes the audience's reaction and shares his opinion. The ovation is well-deserved. The audience is delighted. Next to him, Dominic, still offended and upset, silently comes to terms with his feelings. The host enthusiastically announces the start of the battle. As soon as this call is heard, Lester rushes into the attack with lightning speed, rushing forward. He takes up the guitar with all his might, masterfully playing chords, and at the same time swaying not only his head but also his whole body to the rhythm of the music. At this moment, Julius von Carlyle stands up and thoughtfully remarks that sound is actually waves that arise due to the oscillatory movement of air particles. He realizes that this phenomenon is called sound waves, and therefore the true essence of Lester's magic lies in the ability to create or amplify these waves. The 3 semicircular canals located behind the eardrum help with the perception of sound. To defeat an opponent, Lester tries to hit this sensitive area, namely to break through this obstacle. The audience looks around in confusion, not understanding where the sound is coming from. Everyone covers their ears in panic, complaining and shouting that it is too much. Eliza looks anxiously at Julius von Carlyle. Lester exclaims that no matter how much he practices, he still can't pump up his eardrums. But time is not on his side, so let him experience the true power of Lester's music. It will be the last thing he hears in his life. Julius von Carlyle, without a shadow of surprise or emotion, leisurely cleans his ear with his finger, and indifferently remarks that everything was quite tolerable. Not at all as loud as it might seem. Lester was stunned by this reaction. He could not understand why he had survived and was unharmed. His surprise was so great that it seemed as if his eyes would pop out of their sockets. He asks in a daze how it can be so loud, and what about his eardrums? Julius von Carlyle feigns complete surprise and innocently asks, "What eardrums?" He explains that they are at an unnaturally great depth, so even the insane water pressure doesn't harm them. He himself is able to dive to 100,000 meters, and even there nothing will happen to them. Lester is stunned and horrified by what he sees before him. Julius von Carlyle says that the idea of attacking with sound waves sounds fun, so maybe he should try it too. However, he admits with trepidation that he doesn't even have a musical instrument with him. Julius von Carlyle clears his throat slightly, adjusting his voice. He notes with a smile that at least he has a voice. Lester froze in horror, awaiting the inevitable, but suddenly Julius von Carlyle loudly picks up the song. This stunned not only the audience and Lester, but also the host herself. He sings, charming with his sweet face. But because he can't sing at all, everyone around him feels uncomfortable. Their sense of hearing is spoiled only by how falsely he plays his notes. His voice hurts people. The sound waves have a painful effect on Lester. He bursts into tears and suddenly realizes the sound of his voice is scarier than any witchcraft. In the end, Lester found himself completely confused and completely derailed. The host wipes her ears and enthusiastically observes what passions are unfolding here right now. Before the eyes of the astonished audience, Julius von Carlyle effortlessly defeated his opponent, cleverly taking advantage of his inability to sing. Lester writhes in the attack, foam rising from his lips. The announcer announces triumphantly, "Lester is defeated." She announces Julius von Carlyle as the winner. Julius responds with surprise. Wow, it worked. He is convinced that he has real musical talent. The audience exclaims that the song was terrible. They suggest Julius von Carlyle. The host agrees, and notes that in a way it was indeed quite cruel. After this melody, the girls Julius von Carlyle loves have nothing left to say. They are silent. And Mao Chan notes with a smile that even the most glorious warrior of all time has his weaknesses. Nelson is relieved that they never had to fight. Nearby, Dominic is still suffering from earache. Julius von Carlyle hints to Mushin that he should think more seriously about music. He says he is going to start his own band. However, Mushin only asks him not to even think about it. Finally, the decisive battle came.